All right, guys. We are here today. GameStop hasn't really moved that much, but it's at 54s. It's held. Remember, I said yesterday, if it just holds, it's doing better. Like it just needs to hold. If we look back at the last squeeze, GameStop ran up, came back down, consolidated, and then ran up again. And so consolidation's fine, I think. AMC still sitting at about $8 a share. Um, it's kind of crazy how up my portfolio is. I'll take it, you know. Yeah, StockX, stop spamming, bro. You don't have to say the same thing 5 times, bro. You're just gonna get banned, dude. And in fact, I'm not gonna answer that question just because you asked it over and over again, sir. Uh, and so good day to you. Good morning, guys. Hope you guys are doing well. Let me get some music playing here. I'm just trolling you a little bit. I guess I will answer the question, but stop spamming, dude. Okay. Uh, let me get everything rolling here. Again, GameStop day 2. CPI day is what today is, man. Today is CPI inflation data. Honestly, a really big day. Expectations at 3.4%. I believe in 0.4% on the year. So we'll see what that looks like. CPI is expected at 3.4% year over year and 0.4% month over month. We will cover the drop at 8:30. GameStop is also sitting just over 40 or 50,000, or just over $50. I mean, well, they run today. All right, but yeah, CPI, a pretty big day here. Let me get some other stuff. Here's the Q. Q actually, let me look. I haven't even really seen what the Q did. Q had a green day yesterday. I don't know what dragged the market up, but pretty nice day overall on the Q. We'll put like AMC up here maybe. We're in AMC, we're in GameStop. We're in a bunch of stuff to be honest, but we're also in these. There's AMC. That's at 680s. Dude, I let my emotions take over. I lost 200. What is that, euros? Is that pounds or euros, bro? I always get the two mixed up. I believe that is pounds. Correct. So you lost 200 pounds. Are you English? The who? The what? Oh, yeah, I mean, I see the prisoner freedoms. You don't have to do this. I'm a day trader. I could just go home. You could. I'll make it worth your while. Yeah, so he shared what's this movie? This movie is dude, I love this movie too. I should know the name of it. It's the one where the guy's got the stolen money and the dude breaks out of jail and has like the cartel money and like what's the movie called? Y'all will answer me. Yeah, I'm looking at his post. No, it's not Braveheart. It's not Dumb Money. This is a different movie. I love the movie too. He made a couple different posts. He made one. I love the memes though. He made a bunch of posts. He's basically just posting a bunch of memes. Yeah. No Country for Old Men. That's the movie. Thank you, King. Appreciate it. Yeah. Honestly, great movie. Super ambiguous ending. I always like movies like that. But yeah, Roaring Kitty posted a number of different times. Yeah, and people could say I'm not a supporter of AMC or whatever it is. I made this post May 8th. Okay, May 8th. So a week ago, before any of this craziness happened, on Wednesday of last week, exactly a week ago, I made this post saying, quote, I know I say things about AMC sometimes, but their revenue does have a decent trend over the last 15 quarters. Like, look at that trend. I mean, listen, people can say whatever, and I get it. There's a reason I was like, hey, there might be value down here. Nothing's gonna go down forever, you know? Like, nothing's gonna go down forever. That's the logic of me being in this. Like, nothing's gonna go down forever. CPI comes out at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. All right. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, freaking spammers. You know how it goes. We'll do another poll today. Dude, I've been getting this weird pain. I've been getting this weird pain in my right. Like, ugh, it hurts. It's been like in my right. I don't want to say my groin area, but like it's like my right lower abdomen, like low abdomen. Like, you know, it hurts, dude. It's been like sharp pain. The first thing I was worried about was appendicitis, to be honest. You know, like I was worried about appendicitis. But Carol told me that appendicitis pain's not going to be that low. It's going to be a little bit higher. Shoulder's better. Shoulder's much better. I went to jiu-jitsu yesterday. I was fine. Let me do a poll. Does GameStop run again today? Ahead of CPI? Yes or no? Vote on the poll. Yeah, I might have to go to the doctor. Yeah, this is more like sharp pain. Bay Area thieves have begun cutting Tesla cables at their charging stations for the copper. Wow. Alright guys, so sorry, I'm looking at social media ADHD, kind of catches me. But AMC sitting at 750s. Let's see if we can get back over 8s. GameStop still sitting at 54. It's been pretty quiet. You know, you can see it spiked again this morning, got all the way up to 64s. But I think even it holding over 50s is great. This is a post-split price of $110 a share, roughly. That's pretty good. If it could hold there, I think that's great. All right, chat. Oh, dude, the internet's crazy, man. Yeah, they finished their 250 million share offering. What's up, T4? Does the pain lessen if you lay down on your back? No, it's there regardless. Oh, I don't know. I've never tried that, Han. I had my appendix removed. Describe your pain. Sharp side of groin / abdomen pain. It's not really my ab, it's mostly my groin area, which is why my wife says that it's not appendicitis, because if it's appendicitis, she said the pain would be much higher in my abdomen, and it's not really my abdomen. It's like yeah, it could be from jiu-jitsu. I might have heard it, but it's a sharp pain. And it feels like it's like pulsating too, which isn't good, you know. Yeah, right side. Yeah, I mean, it's possible jiu-jitsu hurt. That's certainly possible. All right, hey, we still got 20 minutes before 7 a.m., so it's still very early. Yeah, let me look what that is. Yeah, now y'all got me looking up stuff. Thoughts on GameStop today? I hope, bro, stop spamming, dude. And get out of here. You're banned for life. How dare you come here? Diverticulitis. What got Brock Lesnar? Yeah, but see, this isn't on my left side. This is my right side. Yeah, this doesn't feel like that. This feels like my right side. And it doesn't hurt around my navel, which is what it says. This is lower, you know. Anyways, we're going to move on from this. I think I'm okay. Yeah, I drink a lot of kombucha. I don't drink energy drinks. I drink a lot of kombucha. So I should be all right. Y'all want to take the over-under that it's a hernia? Now, I train jiu-jitsu at least 2 to 3 times a week. Maybe that has to do with this. Jiu-jitsu does have a lot of flexing, like pulling guard and holding guard can cause, you know. So, I don't know. All right, guys. The portal in New York that's connected to Dublin has been shut down due to a woman in New York flashing the people from Dublin. That didn't last very long, you know. It's a cool idea, but the internet makes dumb people famous, you know. Speaking of that, I'm top 3 most famous people in the world right now. Thanks so much. Do you think recent activity in GameStop and AMC may have taken some of the shorting attention away from Tesla, giving Tesla room to breathe? No, I think Tesla has had a very clear trend over the last 2 to 3 months. You know, Tesla's mostly been sideways since March. In March, Tesla went up to 180s. Eventually, in April, it went down to 140s. It went back up to 200. It went back down to 160s. It's back up to 170s. Tesla's just been really sideways. Do you think AMC will run up? What do you think about BB and CLNE? I hope they run up. I don't know if they will or not, but I hope they do. But yeah, thank you so much for the donation, Jeremy. Thanks so much, man. Hope you don't ever wash that 3-stripe white belt. It's a 2-stripe white belt, sir. Honestly, I should have a 3-stripe. When I roll against higher belts, especially if it's no-gi, like if it's no-gi, you know, maybe I'm just, you know, if it's no-gi, I'm a threat for sure, right? Because I'm really stubborn with submissions. Like, I don't tap very easily, and no-gi gives me the room that I can escape pretty easily in most stuff. Unless I'm rolling with, like, high-level purple, brown, black belt. Like, I'm probably not going to be able to do anything. But sometimes, like, I've beat a lot of, like, you know, purple belts brown belts. Like I tapped a black belt the other day. I'm getting better for sure at no gi. At gi, I don't know, man. Gis are so hot and smothering and less realistic. You know what I mean? I freaking hate collar chokes and bow and arrow chokes. I just have gravitated over time to no gi. Probably because I'm better at it and I have much more success at it. I'm not bad at gi. Like I say, I think I'm pretty close to blue belt level, like to blue belt level in both. But like, to be honest, my coach hasn't been there very much, you know, so like we have multiple different coaches at my gym, and the coach that ranks me hasn't been there, and I haven't really seen him that much lately. And so I don't know if he's like leaving the gym. AMC, guys, as we speak, is dipping down under 650s. We're at 670s, 680s now. So AMC's dipping down. I'm looking to see if there's news on this. Did they announce another offering is what I'm worried about. Because the only thing I can think that would dump AMC like this is an offering announcement. Alright, I'm trying to see what's going on here. Guys, big dumps. Specifically for AMC all the way down to $6. Why would Jim Cramer say this? Jim Cramer says he can't see GameStop trading at 64, even 44. Warns against meme stock mania. Responsible, and he says, quote, responsible move is to sell, sell, sell. He said that 5 minutes ago. I'm trying to see what's going on here. I don't know what's going on. I'm looking for news. Oh, well, no, it's for sure a more you learn, the less you know thing. I finally got to the point where I'm not always trying to win. Like, if I roll with somebody a little bit newer than me, I'll pull guard and let them work and let them take side control and then work on my escapes and stuff. And I think that's like a good step in, like, jiu-jitsu's journey of, like, not being so prideful about it. I think it takes time, though. Depends on who I'm rolling with. If I'm rolling against the blue belt, I'm not pulling guard. I'm like, my skill set in jiu-jitsu, I'm pretty bad if I'm on bottom in guard. Like if I have somebody in my guard's okay, but if they pass into side control or half guard or something like that, it's very weak. Like people can usually pass very easily on me. Yeah, so I don't know if this news is from the Jim Cramer thing saying that he doesn't see GameStop trading at 64, even 44, and responsible moves to sell, sell, sell. I'm not sure if that's what this is. I can't really find anything else, and maybe you guys can help me out. Do you guys know why this drop is happening? I'm looking for it. Yeah. Yeah, so it's CPI day today, guys. That's why we got 400 people here already. Yeah, so GameStop fell. AMC fell too. AMC's dip percentage-wise is much bigger. AMC just dropped like over 25% in about 2 minutes, which is very strange. GameStop only realistically dropped about, you know, about 1% or so. You know, GameStop dropped about 1%. AMC dropped about 25-30%. You know, it dropped from $7.50 down to $6 in about 2 minutes. That's a very big percentage. Is he really? Did Roaring Kitty post? Yeah, I mean, it depends on the white belt. Some white belts are good. Some white belts are... Again, you got... It depends on... Like, my gym trained me a little bit differently. Because, like, when I first started rolling, I would feel bad. Like, I remember I would... Like, when I first started rolling, I would try for submissions. And I would feel bad going for them 100%. Right, and so I'd always kind of go for them halfway and then eventually let them go because I really had like an ethical dilemma almost of rolling. And I remember I kept going up to my coach and being like, hey, should I go 100% when I roll or should I go like 50%? And he was like, no, like try to win. He's like, you're a white belt anyway. He was like, just try to win. And he was like, be careful. He was like, don't do flying arm bars or anything crazy or anything dangerous, but like try to win, you know? And so once I did that, I actually started trying to win, but it took time. And again, I'm all right. Like I'm much better at no-gi. At no-gi, I think, you know, at no-gi, like I'm pretty good because my skill set is like speed. Like I'm fast, but I'm less stable in any of the positions, if that makes sense. So like, I'll go from guard. I'll break the guard, I'll move to side control, I'll go to side control, I'll go to mount, I'll go to the other side in side control, I'll try to do an Americana or something. If they try to roll over, I'll take their back, I'll get a body triangle, you know, I'll try to do a rear naked choke. If they try to roll out of that, I'll go to mount. Like, I'll just kind of move back and forth to different positions very often. And so it kind of wears people out, and then I'll try to tap them out somehow. But again, though, my weak spot is like leg locks. I can defend ankle locks, but if somebody gets me in a heel hook or a knee bar, I'm just tapping away, you know. AMC at $7 a share, $7 a share. I'm still trying to figure out what this was. I don't really see it. Maybe, I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, can y'all hear? Sound issue should be fine. Can y'all hear? Have you ever wanted to learn sword fighting? No. No. It's obsolete. I'm not sure if you're trying to trap me into an argument of like, hey, sword fighting's obsolete, and then now your next argument's going to be, well, jujitsu's obsolete as well because we have better weapons now, or whatever. Which I don't necessarily believe that's true. Like, most of the time, if you get into a fight, yeah, most of the time, it's just a physical fight, you know. You square up and go. At least in my experience, that's how it's been, you know. Anyways. Yeah, no, I've never wanted to learn sword fighting because I think sword fighting's obsolete. If Kurt Ankle's ankle lock was actually just really wrong, Daniel. It just wasn't a real ankle lock. All right, guys. So GameStop, the previous closing price, a really important spot. So you can see it right here at 48.75s. This level is a very big milestone level. That's important. This is a very big milestone level. Let me put my timer up. So sometimes these levels act as historical support or resistance. So it's about 7 o'clock. So we got about an hour and 55 and a half minutes or so. Oh, my time is off. 45. I'm sorry. That's my mistake. Man, dude. 35. I don't know why my time is off. Usually I'm on point with this. Alright, there we go. So again, let's see if we hold support at this previous closing price. It's a big level. The only thing I could really see is maybe Kramer's tweets messed up GameStop. Right, for sure. Yeah, you don't realize how good you're getting at it too. Like, I've rolled against a number of like straight up brand new like white belts that don't know much. Like, they know a little bit. They've been rolling for like a month, you know, and you don't realize the skill difference, you know, because a lot of the time if you have a good gym, you're rolling with higher level people, and so you know, it's really easy to get discouraged, I guess is the point. Like, but then you one day roll against somebody who's like a month in, and you just kind of, you know, do whatever you want, and you realize that it's actually useful, you know. I just hate collar grips. I hate grips. Like, I like gi jujitsu, but I like collar ties and like guillotines and you know, stuff like that. I'm not really a big gi guy. Like, I'll train in a gi just so I could go, but I wish they had a 10th planet around here. I'd probably join 10th planet if they had one around here. Yeah, I mean, that's part of it. I've gotten black eyes. I've gotten, my shoulder's pretty jacked up right now. That's just part of being at a gym. It's nobody's fault. Like, that's just kind of happens. Most of the black eyes aren't from punches. Like, I got a black eye not too long ago from a black belt taking me down and getting me in a really deep crossface that he had to put on me really quick. And so it kind of gave me a black eye, not from a strike, but from crossface, which is a position. Anyways, I'm going to start talking about jiu-jitsu, start talking about stocks. I'm probably talking about jiu-jitsu a little bit too much. AMC at 650s, GameStop at 49s, 48s. I want to see it hold at $50. I think $50 is a big milestone level. I think the previous closing price is a big milestone level for GameStop. We got an hour and a half roughly until CPI comes out, which is a huge report, very important report. Would you ever use tools to defend yourself? I mean, I'm in Texas, and so I'm not gonna be. I'm just gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna go into detail, but yes, but I'm not gonna go into detail about it just for, Yeah, just from rolling, you get black eyes, hurt fingers, hurt. My shoulders hurt right now. My shoulder hurts because somebody put me in a lasso sweep, which is like they wrap the back of my gi. Another reason I freaking hate gis. They wrapped the back of my gi around my left shoulder, my left arm, and then swung me down with it. Jacked up my shoulder. This was like Monday. Shoulder still kind of hurt, but it feels better. Might have been last week. Anyways, AMC bounced back a little bit. It's right under the previous closing price. Here goes GameStop. GameStop almost back up to $50 a share. Yeah, CPI expected at 3.4%. Again, CPI expected at 3.4%. Month over month is expected at 0.4%, which is basically what it showed up last time. CPI showed up last time at 0.4%. Core is expected at 0.3%, so a little bit of a decrease in core, which excludes food and energy. And then core CPI year over year. Oh, wait, do we have retail sales today? Oh, we do. So we have retail sales today as well. I didn't even realize that. So not only do we have CPI, but we have retail sales today as well, chat. Are you Chuck Norris' son? Top 3 sons in the world. Hey, there's $50. GameStop back over the previous closing price, back over $50. The two levels that I said I specifically liked. Again, we do have retail sales today. They're expected at 0.4% increase on March. We got the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index today, expected at minus 9.9. A lot of stuff dropping. I didn't realize we had all this stuff. So again, today, guys, we've got retail sales, New York Empire State Manufacturing numbers, core and regular CPI. We got Michael Barr speaking, who's the vice chair of supervision. We've got mortgage data dropping pretty soon. I think we have mortgage data today. Yeah, we got the NBA 30-year mortgage rate. Last time it came in at 7.18%, 7.18% for the 30-year. Let's see what it shows up. It should be dropping right now, like right now. So again, about 10 seconds. Let's see what mortgage data shows up as today. But interesting for sure here. All right, guys, let's see what mortgage data showed up as. Okay, so mortgage rate showed up at 7.08%, a little bit of a decrease week to week from 7.18% last week to 7.08 this week. So again, mortgages went down a little bit in interest rates. AMC back over $7 here, and GameStop back up to 51.50s. So here, let me zoom in a little bit, chat. I got you guys. There you go. Look at AMC running back up. It's at 709s here. Krav Maga. Krav Maga is all right, but it's kind of like obvious of a fighting style. They're like, oh, we'll poke people in the eye. Well, duh. Of course. Like, hit somebody with a freaking, like, whatever. Like, it's just a little bit too obvious for me. I don't need to pay somebody to know how to do that stuff. You know, like self-defense in that regard is very obvious. You know, grab a big stick, basically. You know, that's Krav Maga in a nutshell. And so I would rather know jujitsu and striking as well as know how to do that stuff too. But again, I think that stuff comes second nature. Anyways, AMC back up to 720s here, chat. 720s. GameStop at 52s. AMC at 725s. Q trying to make it back up. But again, GameStop, AMC both running right back up, So AMC dropped 25% and then rebounded all the way back up to where it was before. It's now exactly where it was before. Trimester? So you mean breaking into 3 intervals on the year? I don't know. I play monthly. I'm in GameStop. I'm in AMC as well, to be honest. I've been in both of these for a while now. Anybody that watches the stream knows I've been in them. Even AMC stock turns lower after the company discloses debt for equity swap that will see it issue 23.3 million shares. So this is the news that caused the influence on AMC. So again, that's what just happened. AMC stock turns lower. Company discloses debt for equity swap, 23.3 million shares. That's what happened. But again, I posted this a week ago, over a week ago, really. And so again, people can say whatever they want, but I did post this over a week ago on Twitter, on X. I know I say things about AMC, but their revenue does have a decent trend over the last 15 quarters. Again, my overarching conclusion on AMC was that there might be value down here. Same thing with GameStop. Like I thought I don't think anything's going to drop forever. And I think when something gets beaten down as much as AMC and GameStop has, there might be value, you know. I'm sure somebody's going to hit me with deep effing value. And maybe right. I don't know. They're back up today. They rebounded back up. We'll see. They increased the margin requirement on GameStop and AMC, so please make sure you have funds to avoid being closed out. Yeah, I mean, my TOS account's got almost 100,000 in it, to be honest, right now. And that's liquid, you know. Buying power, I probably have hundreds of thousands of dollars, probably about $500,000 buying power, maybe a little bit less. Right, for sure, Jay. That's basically what Krav Maga is. Like, hey, grab that big stick over there and then hit him with it, you know? You know, now pay me $50 a month. You know, that's basically Krav Maga to me. It's great. It's been marketed really, really well. Everybody's like, ooh, you know. But to me, it's just very obvious things, you know. You don't need to teach them. No, nobody needs to teach me how to do that. I think that comes pretty natural to most people. Yeah, KOSS, Clove, BB, Nokia. I think knife skills are good. Sword skills are obsolete. Nobody's going to be walking around with a sword saying, I challenge you, sir, you know. Your mother is a hamster, you know. Nobody's going to walk around with that, you know. So I think it's just about being realistic. Tesla, yeah, where's Tesla at? Tesla at 177s. So Tesla dipping down a little bit too. AMC consolidating now. GameStop back over $50. And again, Q very flat, very choppy, very sideways. Not outside of expected because, again, we do have CPI day today. We do have CPI data today. So what we might get is just choppy behavior in markets. We still got an hour and a half. In fact, it might be, I might trade in a way in which I attack the chop. So, like, I might attack choppy behavior here. Okay, so it's finally past 7, and we've got almost 700 people here live already. Also, guys, remember, Apex has the freaking 90% off sale right now. 90% on Apex right now. Freaking 90% here. Let me make sure. I'm pretty sure my coupon code gives you the 90%. Yes, 90% on Apex right now for the next 5 days. Check out the link right here. Again, they're a sponsor of mine. I'm biased. They pay me money. I'm biased because they pay me money. But if you want to learn to day trade with limited risk, Apex gives you a demo. They test your skill with a demo account first. Most day traders lose. If you put up 5K of your own money, you're probably going to lose that. Anybody that's telling you the truth will tell you that this is true. There's no PDT in futures. You can get started for a very small amount of money. The base one on Apex right now is less than $30. Great way to learn how to day trade with limited risk. And if you pass the test, you get between 25K up to 300K in funding with a 90% split. So it's very similar to putting the money up yourself. You're still keeping 90%. But if you fail, you're out $30, $40, depending on which one you get. And again, right now it's 90% off, only for the time being. So again, if you want to check them out, great way to help support the channel. Patterns are very similar to blue chip stocks and day trading as well. Again, you can check out the link right there. Yeah, Nvidia chat. Yeah, I mean, Nvidia is still over 900. I think if Nvidia can just hold 900, that's a great sign. There's GameStop making another push to 52s here. 52s for GameStop. AMC at 715, 720s. Q at 446 here, guys. So, yeah, AMC can certainly still run. Honestly, guys, like the news on AMC, 23 million shares. While dilution is never good, it's not super influential. Percentage-wise, it's like less than 20%, I would say. I have to look at AMC's float, but I think it's less than 20% of their float. Oh, it's certainly less than 20% of their float because it would be 20% of their float was 123.3 million, and I know their float's larger than that. And so I think it's probably around 10% of their float. So it's a small percentage increase in their float. So it's not that much dilution. It's not like they're diluting 40 or 50 or 60% of their float. And so while dilution's never good, the company's also going to have some money, it seems, and that's optimistic, I think. Check Discord. Okay. Yes, the $250,000 account only $1,670 right now. $1,670. Ooh, is it? If it is, I'm about to play with that today. Let's try it. Let me see. All right. I think is it right now, guys? All right, I gotta figure this out. Hey, what's up on Discord, Porn? Are you messaging me, bro? I don't see anything new. I see the 90% off deal. I see the, is it 1670? Is that what you were trying to tell me? I didn't even know there was a $250,000 account. Okay, there is. Is it really? Let me see how much this is, dude. Okay, hold on. I'm trying it. It's $18 after tax, guys. Wow. Okay, so right now the $250,000 challenge for the first month is only $18 for the 250K one. I'm signing up right freaking now. Right freaking now. Yeah, right freaking now I'm signing up. $18, dude. I'm going to buy what? How many of these should I buy? Okay, so there's one. Okay, so yeah. No daily drawdown. Trailing threshold is 6,500 bucks. All right, so it's still about a 2-to-1 ratio, which I think is pretty reasonable. I never trade that large anyway, so once I hit the profit target, I'm gonna trade really small anyway, so the trailing drawdown's not that big. It's still 6,500 bucks, but for $18, guys, yeah, we're gonna buy. I don't know how many of these. Wait, wrong. Okay. There we go. I'm at least gonna buy 3 of them right now. Get it in. I think we have up until I think we have a full week to take advantage of it. That's a crazy discount. Well, yeah, if you pass it, it's gonna have an activation fee. Only if you pass it, though. AMC always issues shares at the worst time possible. I don't get it. Okay, so let me explain it to you, Imperial. You might not understand why they're doing dilution right now. Because if they don't do dilution now, so if AMC wants to capitalize on this higher price, if AMC wants to capitalize on this higher price, if they wait until AMC comes back down to $4 a share, they're only going to make $4 every share they sell, right? And so if they want to make the maximum amount of money, it only makes sense to offer shares when the price has increased dramatically, because you're going to get a premium on those shares. You're going to get paid more per share, and the company's going to ultimately bring in more money. And so if they're going to do an offering, they're going to do it as AMC's running up, not as it's coming back down, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's fine, though. That's still a pretty good deal. Yeah, we'll see about doing a CPI poll later. Please don't spam. Yeah, I'm mostly doing rhythmic accounts. That's still a hell of a deal. 250K challenge. So you still got to make, if you want to pass the 250K challenge, you got to make, I'll have to go back and check again. It's only $18 though. That's a pretty crazy deal. But yeah, if you want to make that, it's only for the first month. Remember, after that, it goes back up to 33. GameStop dipping back down. But yeah, you got to make 15K in profit. But you can use up to 27 contracts, which is a lot. So yeah, there's a lot of time. All right, so there we go. We're gonna exit out all this stuff. So again, here's the restrictions on the 250K challenge. Again, $15,000 profit target, 2-to-1 ratio, and again, people can say whatever they want. $18, Ninja Trader license, real-time data, are all included in this, right? So for $18 for the first month, you get real-time data, Ninja Trader, like so much stuff that they offer just in terms of data. People can say whatever they want, but like there's value there for sure, in my opinion, at least. Okay, now you're gonna get banned. No, there's no credit pool. So people are asking me about the $18 thing. So Apex is a funded account program. They give you a demo. They test your skill with a demo. If you could pass the test with the demo, they fund you the same amount. So this base one, they're going to give you a $250,000 demo, and your goal is to make $1,500 in profit without losing $6,500 first and following the rest of this rules. These are the max contracts you can use, which is plenty. 27 E-mini contracts. Nobody should ever trade that large. But again, you get free real-time data. You get free Ninja Trader license, and it's $18 for the first month. And so if you use my coupon code BT, you'll get the 90% off deal. But specifically at checkout, you'll get this one for $18. So pretty good deal there. You can look at the link in the description if you want to check it out. All right, guys. GameStop bouncing again at that previous closing price. AMC basically right there as well at 690s here, chat. We still got over an hour before the data drops. You guys ready? Again, I'm probably going to try to trade some choppy behavior in the SPY and Q. Gotta make sure this is the right account. I want the PA. There we go. This is the Donald Duck song. Alright, so again, we're kind of gonna. My plan is to attack Chop. So I'd like to attack Chop if we can, and build up as much of a cushion as I can here attacking Chop. We'll see how it goes. We are leading into CPI inflation data today, so it's a pretty big day. There we go, attacking Chop. I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys this. We're gonna take this off here. We're up about 220. We're gonna go ahead and get that. So we just made about $210. Again, the goal was to attack Chop. So you can see we're currently up 51,233s, and this is an actual 50K funded account. It's called a PA account. Again, the Chop idea worked. We shorted up here on the top of the Q and covered down here at the 200 EMA. I call it the Donald Duck song. Yo, I'm using Webull and they restricted shorts. Do y'all think that's a good or bad thing? Why don't you trade the choppy GameStop and AMC? Because I'm in AMC and GameStop right now long, and I'm not going to sell right now, at least. Yet I can't guarantee anything. I can't guarantee I'm not going to sell, trade off stream, do whatever on anything. But right now I don't plan on selling anything. All right, remember, CPI data drops in about an hour and 11 minutes, chat. Hour and 11 minutes. All right, guys, so we are running up ahead of this data here. We've already got almost 1,000 people live. My portfolio is still green on the day, although less green. We're still at AMC GameStop, but still in Roblox. I'm wondering if I should take some profit off there. Alright, so we're back up here. Part of me wonders, should I trade more Chop or what should I do? Best is subjective. Sell off on NVIDIA pre-earnings. Yeah, next week we got NVIDIA earnings. Honestly, guys, I don't know if you guys all called it, but yesterday was my largest stream we've ever done. My largest stream of all time was yesterday. We got 14,000. So my previous largest stream was NVIDIA earnings, in which we had 13.5 thousand concurrent viewers. So like 13.5 thousand people watching. We ended up getting about 100,000 views total. Yesterday, for just a second, we had basically 14,000 even. So yesterday was our largest stream in terms of concurrent viewers ever during Jerome Powell. Yeah, no, 250 is on super sale. So if you use my link, you'll get the max discount at checkout. Yeah, crazy day, honestly, crazy day. I had a lot of fun. And again, leading into Nvidia earnings next month or next week. Next week on Wednesday, we have the Fed minutes report followed by Nvidia earnings. Craziness is going to occur. Craziness is going to occur. Again, it's going to be one of our largest streams of all time. CPI and PPI are not as crucial as before. I don't know, man. I think they're still important. I was just about to short this, and we pulled back too quickly. It's all good. Again, the plan leading into this is to attack CHOP. Hey, what's up, Kyle? Yeah, next Wednesday. Yeah, hammers did. Anybody that's spamming sell or buy gold, I'm just gonna ban. Usually with the really big streams, I think pumpers recognize that, and so they flood buy, sell gold, or whatever. I just ban them. You know, that got rid of them. Once I started banning them, they actually got better. I noticed your live stream playing in a lot of the discords and pretty big ones. Heck, that's cool, man. Yeah, again, guys, I told you guys this. So AMC, people, there's a lot of talks, and again, I'm in AMC. I want AMC to go up. All right. I don't think I sold much of AMC. Yeah, I didn't sell any of AMC this whole time. I haven't sold any of my AMC position. I've stayed in it. I've stayed strong in it. And so I'm going to preface everything with that understanding, right? Like, I'm in AMC. I want it to go up. But the movie theater industry has changed over the last 4 years since the pandemic. The pandemic fundamentally changed movies. You might say, okay, well, how did it change movies? There's a lot of ways it changed movies. Number one, movie studios became more strict. They don't do as many press runs in theaters anymore. They don't put as many movies in theaters anymore. The only big movies go to theaters. The rest of them kind of dwindle, and usually they might put them in theaters, but they don't do a press run, and they put them also direct to streaming. Right? This is something that is very self-evident over the last 4 or 5 years. And obviously that's not necessarily good for movie theaters. The other way is like movie studios, like TV studios. Movie studios for TV shows in general are more strict in terms of greenlighting new seasons. So it used to be every year you get a new show because they're going to greenlight the new season immediately and take that risk in production. Now they wait for the entire first season to end before greenlighting it and starting to work on production just to be safe, right? You see this with Game of Thrones. Even with the new Game of Thrones, which obviously was going to be a success, they waited until the first season was almost done before they greenlit the second one, and because of that they started production much later. These are all bad things for movies and movie theaters in general. But AMC's down a lot, and I think that over time people are still going to go to movies. I'm not one of those people that think that movie theaters aren't going to be around. I still think I love movies. I'm a big movie guy. I love movies. I think movie theaters are always going to be around. I think they're an event to go to. They're a date night to go to, and I think AMC's got some room. I think AMC's business model is fine. I think people are still going to go to movies. I think the Dune movies have been great money makers. Barbie has been great money makers for movies, and so I think there's a lot of optimistic things you can look at in terms of movie theaters as well. But I think the reason AMC came down so much was because of that aspect of it. And I don't necessarily know if that is Adam Aaron's fault, the pandemic impacts of movies. I think he did certainly make some mistakes, specifically with the ape divvy. He said the ape divvy's great. We're going to put out the ape divvy. It's the greatest thing of all time. And then he, 6 months later, we're getting rid of the ape divvy. It's the worst thing of all time. And so, I don't know. I think I certainly disagree with some of Ron's decisions. But yeah. I'm for AMC. I'm in it. I hope it goes up. I've been in it for a long time, and I'm just going to stay in it, I think. Cinemark stock is near 52 weeks highs. Yeah, but Cinemark makes more money than AMC, David. Like, I'm a supporter of AMC. I'm not in Cinemark. I want AMC to go up over Cinemark, obviously. But if we look at their profit, okay, so let's look at Cinemark's profit versus AMC's profit. Like, look. We can look at their EPS, which is profit per share, right? Margins is what EPS is. So Cinemark specifically has had, prior to this last quarter, well, we'll talk about prior to this last quarter, Cinemark has had mostly positive. 2 out of the last 4 of Cinemark's quarters were very green, nicely green, big green increase. So here's Cinemark, right? AMC, on the other hand, if we look at their numbers here, AMC, in terms of money, has been losing money basically every quarter. Lose, loss, loss, loss. You know, so again, they're making less when they do make money and they're losing more. And so in terms of margins, Cinemark has better margins. Now, again, I don't know what that means. I think AMC has a good revenue graph, and this is something I posted to Twitter. I'm trying to give you guys the truth behind all of this, right? I posted this a week ago, and I believe this is absolutely true in terms of potential for AMC, right? Their revenue, this is their revenue graph over the last 15 or so quarters. So their revenue has been pretty solid. Like, this is AMC's revenue over the last 15 quarters. And so their potential for profit is high. But so far, their margins have been a little underwhelming. And that's why Cinemark has been more successful in terms of price action versus AMC, because they have better margins right now. It doesn't mean, again, AMC's revenue looks solid, though. You know, I like AMC's revenue. It's got a really nice revenue graph. I'm not telling anybody to sell. I'm holding mine personally. I'm certainly not telling anybody to sell anything. I'm holding mine. I like AMC. I like GameStop, you know. CPI expected at 3.4% on the year and 0.4% on the month. Yeah, I'll probably have to go to the doctor pretty soon. Tony, appreciate it. All right, so we are coming back down a little bit today, too. I mean, it's important to recognize how much these are all up, though. You know, like, here's the full run. Pullbacks are normal. Pullbacks are healthy. Here's AMC's full run. Again, pullbacks are normal. Yeah, profit taking is going to occur. All right, chat, we got an hour until CPI inflation data comes out. 1 hour. Already got 1,000 people here live. All right, guys, we got over 1,000 people here live already. I know CPI is in an hour. Also, I'm going to throw this in sub-only mode. It'll get rid of some of the bots, spammers. Again, NVIDIA's still up to 915s. NVIDIA hitting 1,000 is going to be the really interesting spot. Do you ever sleep? Dude, I slept good last night, bro. Yeah, crazy Apex sale, 90% off, and you can get the 250K challenge for only $18 right now, $18. All right, guys. You guys ready? All right, so AMC dipping down. I still think it's fine. I wonder if my inquiries run off of my credit report. All right, guys. Q. See, you get that choppy behavior in the queue. It really is the right move, in my opinion. All right, chat. We're here, guys. We're here. Chop is putting me to sleep. You sell me your channel? I mean, it's gonna cost you about 4 or 5 million. AMC at 620s here, chat. 620s again. GameStop at 44.20s. Q at 446s. AMC at 620s. You're about to get banned from the channel. The Fed relies heavily on PCE data rather than CPI. Yeah, the Fed's preferred inflation metric is PCE, the Personal Consumption Expenditure Index. That drops next week. Might be the week after that. But yeah, that's the Fed's preferred inflation metric. But retail specifically watches CPI much more than PCE data. We get some people here for PCE data. We get more people here for CPI. Okay, if you say it again, you're going to get banned, dude. Stop spamming. Yeah, GameStop and AMC falling back down here, chat. Oh, no. Yo, what about GameStop? Yeah, I don't know if it's done or not. I hope it's not. I'm in it right now. I hope it goes up. Yeah, I don't know if people think they can buy this YouTube channel for like 100K. That's not happening. Like, you know, that would be a ridiculous price based off of how much we earn. You know, realistically, again, if I wanted to sell this channel, I'd do so for like 3 to 5 mil. Maybe. You know. He might be one of the top 3 in the world right now. Yeah, again, pullbacks are normal and healthy. I'm not gonna say it's the end of the world yet. All right, guys. Watch it at NVIDIA as well. NVIDIA at 915s here. 915s. Yeah, the problem is if I sold it, people probably, like, especially if they're spamming already, I can only imagine how they would run the channel. Like, I feel like I have a obligation to my viewers to keep it like I've been having it. CPI comes out at 8:30. 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. We still got about an hour left. Gold dipping all the way down to under 2400s here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about subs. I'm talking about how much this channel earns. You know, what's the calculation to calculate value? People always ask me my net worth, and it depends on how you value my channel, to be honest. Yeah, so again, if you multiply how much you make per year, you know, yeah. It's not going to be 100K. I put somebody in timeout. I want to make sure it was the buy gold guy. If you spam buy or sell gold, I'm going to ban you. I'll let you slide for now, but yeah, dumped all the way to 42. AMC hitting 6. Let's see if we rebound here. Yeah, for sure. Like, again, people getting so emotional about it. All businesses are only worth what a buyer's willing to pay for it. Yeah, I'm probably not ever going to sell this channel. I'll maybe eventually. You know, again, my mistake historically about running my channel is that, like, people reach out to me and they want to work for me and they want to come on the show and they want to do all these different things. And if I let them, usually what ends up happening, and this is not Pawn. Pawn's been a great, like, you know, contractor for me, great contractor. We're working on things in the back end, you know, very reasonable, I think. But most people aren't like that. Most people are just difficult. I've had a lot of people that they want to work with me. They say they just want to help, right? And so then when I let them help, they start coming at me with their hand out or coming at me wanting me to do, like, I don't know if they expect me to share the channel with them or they expect me to, like, you know, which is something I'm just never going to do. Like, anybody I ever work with, I always say, look, I'm never giving you equity ever. Right? Like, I don't want, I'm, again, maybe I'm selfish in that regard. I'm just not about to give equity to anybody. It's too much stress, to be honest. And if I could run it all myself, I'm going to, you know, and I basically can. Hey, what's up, Mo? Hope you're doing good, brother. I'm still in AMC. I haven't sold AMC at all over the last few days. I'm still in the same size. Again, I'm probably not going to sell. I don't know, though. We'll see. It depends. We're bouncing right back up. So we'll see if we bounce right back. Yeah, it's my baby, you know. Yeah, that's the other question. I don't think people... I've learned very quickly, like, people have wanted me to, like, promote their channels and send them viewers and everything like that. I've tried to have co-hosts. What you learn very, very, very quickly is that once I leave, a lot of the viewership drops. Because I'm just, you know, I think it's probably because, you know, I'm just as handsome as I am. You know, I'm that good looking that people, you know, once I leave, they're like, oh, man, let's get out of here. You know, I'm pretty sure that's why, but, you know, there's a lot of reasons that could happen. On a serious note, I think, yeah, I think people watch the channel so they can watch me, you know. And I think it would be hard to replicate. Maybe Raven. Yeah, definitely the you know, the Pee Wee Herman-esque voice I have. You know, those two things combined, just, you know. Anyways, AMC at 620s here, chat. 620s. Forget shares, we want options. Top 3 for sure. Yeah. What do you expect from CPI? I have no idea what CPI is going to show. Yeah, I hope you're doing good, Bo. Yeah, 250 million offering. The big news is if you look underneath me, AMC stock turns lower after the company discloses debt for equity swap. That will see it issued another 23.3 million shares. So more shares. Dilution is the problem. That's what dropped AMC originally. Now, GameStop's kind of following it down. It's at $42 a share now. But again, when you zoom out here, like, here's a yearly chart. We're still holding most of the gains for GameStop so far. It went up to 64s. Really, it went up to almost 80s. So we're still holding most of the gains. Same thing with AMC. We put up a 20-day chart. I don't know if it's holding most of the gains, but AMC is still holding a lot of them. Here's GameStop's 10-day chart. So they're still holding fairly well. I think $40 is going to be a big milestone level. I don't know enough about JD to really say anything about it. What question? Is the GameStop run over kind of scary now? No pre-market rally like yesterday. Does this mean the rally? I mean, nobody knows, brother. I hope not. But nobody knows. I don't know what you want me to say. Again, nobody knows. I certainly don't know. I hope not. You know, my confirmation bias mindset tells me no. But I hope. But maybe that's confirmation bias. Again, that's just me trying to joke about it. But I really have no idea. I truly have no idea. Hi, John. What's your risk management line plan? So my risk management plan, and you'll see me use these with funded account programs. There's a couple ways I do it. It depends on what I'm trading. If I'm day trading, my risk management plan looks something like trade small size first. I try to build up a small cushion on the day, $100-$200 in cushion. And if I can do that successfully with small size, then I'm allowed to scale up my size and take larger risks. Because if I scale up my size and lose, again, I had a $100 or $200 cushion on the day. So if I lose, I'm back to break even, small win, small loss. It's not that bad. It's not a huge drawdown in my account. But if I win, then I've got another win with larger size. Then let's say I've got like $500-$600 on the day. Then I can either choose again to scale up more, or I can ride off into the sunset green. And that way, when I lose, I can keep them pretty small, but when I win, I can have really big wins on the day, right? My risk management system, I try to use a 1-to-1 reward to risk ratio, mostly taking advantage of good accuracy is what I try to do. I'm not perfect at it, but that's what I try to do. And again, that's what you'll see me do on funded account programs. In terms of stocks, and again, I think I'm a better swing trader investor than anything. I'm very green in all of my investments. Not all of them. I'm sorry. That's not true at all. I'm very green on my portfolio right now. Not all of them. I'm certainly red on some of these positions. But in terms of investing and swing trading, what I'll usually do is I'll only trade blue chip healthy companies like this. But I will diversify into other stuff. Again, I'm holding AMC. I'm holding GameStop right now. But what I'll usually do is I will look for companies to pull back really, really heavy. Healthy, successful companies that I think there's value. I'll try to find blue chips with value, and if they pull back enough, I'll start to scale into a portfolio of them. I'll start to scale into a position on them, I mean. And generally, I'll get in, and if it goes in my favor short term, I'll take profit. You know, so if it bounces short term, I'll take profit and then maybe wait for another dip and buy the dip. And that keeps me a little bit more risk averse because I'm not sitting on as many positions long term. But if I buy a blue chip stock and I'm wrong, again, I'm only trading small size. Usually, if it's a blue chip stock and it needs to be a well-known, successful blue chip stock, if it's a big enough pullback, I can buy it and just sit on it long term and invest into it. That way, my accuracy is very high because if I'm wrong, I'll usually sit on it a little bit longer. If I'm right, then I'm taking profit and I'm locking that profit in as well. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. The biggest long-term edge in markets is on the upside in blue chips. Like blue chips, index funds, the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Dow. These are index funds that are going to move up over time. It's not an argument, like it's not a question. These are things that are going to move up over time for none other reason than inflation goes up over time. So companies are going to make more money but stay the same, if that makes sense. And so in turn, markets are going to move up over time. And if you're not hedging against that with investments, you're losing money. And so that's kind of my stock investment swing trading risk system there. And but again, if I'm down anything big, I will cut it. Like if I start to lose big on something, like if something makes a really parabolic drop fast, I might add to it, I might cut it. It depends. So it's not like I'm just holding everything without, you know, any risk. I do sell things if I'm down enough on them. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, many... I don't really promote any one stock enough to become like that type of mover. In terms of views, yesterday we had 14,000. people watching, like concurrent viewers, so that was our largest stream ever. We had 14,000. The last Nvidia earnings, we had 13,500 concurrent viewers, and so we get a lot of people that show up to our streams. Like, the channel's grown a lot. We get about 500,000 a month, like hits a month, about 500,000 clicks a month, and so we've grown a lot. Hopefully the growth can be sustainable. We've pivoted to covering mostly economic reports, though. Like, that's what we really shine in. And with that said, today we got CPI inflation data dropping. Very important. Again, CPI is inflation data. Very important right now with the Federal Reserve. And if you want to, again, I try to give a little breakdown into economics at least once a day. And so we're going to go ahead and do that now. But in economics, guys, so in markets, you got to understand what the Federal Reserve is doing. The Federal Reserve is kind of like the bank that creates policies and helps and supports other banks, regional banks. That's why you hear, like, Atlanta Fed president. It's one of the regional banks. You'll hear New York Fed president. And so you'll hear those different members of the Federal Reserve. But the chairman's obviously Jerome Powell. But what the Federal Reserve will do is they will create policy, support other banks. They will influence the economy, and they have tools. Their job, the Federal Reserve's job, is to keep the economy balanced, right? Keep the economy balanced. And the way the Federal Reserve does this is by influencing short-term interest rates. When they influence short-term rates, eventually it's going to trickle into long-term rates like mortgages or auto financing or whatever lending you can think of. So by influencing short-term interest rates, the Federal Reserve can influence long-term lending and banking. Now, the Fed has a lot of different tools to influence interest rates. Again, their job is to keep the market balanced. And so the basic logic of it is that if a recession is a risk, if a depression is a risk, if unemployment is high, if the economy is at risk for too little spending, too little working, the Fed wants to bring interest rates down. By bringing interest rates down, it allows people to spend more, because if you're spending less money on a mortgage or an auto loan, you have more money to spend on other things. You get more loans. People get more loans in general. Lending thrives, and in turn, spending is stimulated by lower interest rates. And so in periods of time in which the economy is at risk, the Fed will lower or cut the federal funds rate, do what's called a rate cut. A more desperate move, if we're really at risk for a recession and depression, is the Fed doing something called quantitative easing. Now, quantitative easing, again, is when the Fed basically expands their balance sheet by buying up bonds, and this allows banks to lower interest rates to consumers by injecting liquidity into those markets, right? So by doing so, it's more desperate of a move. If they want interest rates to go down fast, they'll do quantitative easing. It's a relatively new thing, but anyways, the consequence of low interest rates for extended periods of time is inflation. And if we look at CPI inflation graph, so 2020, the Fed stepped in and did what's called QE. They cut the federal funds rate. They also did QE. And if you look at the consequence of that, again, we were at risk for the pandemic. People weren't working, spending was struggling. And so if you look at what happened, the Fed stepped in and they did what's called QE, quantitative easing. And what was the consequence of bringing interest rates down to almost zero, trying to stimulate spending? Inflation, CPI inflation spiked. Look at the spike here. Again, it got up to almost 9% up here because of low interest rates. The Fed stepped in and they lowered interest rates. And so CPI inflation spiked. And so then the Fed stepped in, and the consequence of low interest rates is influx of spending. When people spend more, businesses raise prices, and in turn inflation spikes. It's human nature. And so with that, the Fed has the other side to balance. The Fed's job is to keep it balanced. They don't want too much spending. They don't want too little spending. And so the Fed will step in, and the Fed stepped in and did something called, number one, they will raise the federal funds rate. If you look at the Fed funds rate decision, which is, again, short-term interest rates, the Federal Reserve will raise interest rates. A rate hike is what's called, right? So again, you can kind of see, if you look back at the last 5 years, after inflation spiked up to almost 9%, the Fed took the other side of it, where they tried to combat it in the other way, and they started raising rates. They raised short-term interest rates because, again, when interest rates are higher, people spend less money because they have less money to spend. If you're spending, right now, if you're spending 7, 8, 9% in a 30-year mortgage rate, you're going to have less money to spend on other stuff. If you're spending tons of money on auto loans, you're going to have less money to spend on other stuff. Lending is going to slow down, and in turn, it's going to reduce spending. It's going to push the economy down a little bit, and in turn, try to help inflation. So the Fed will raise rates. Lately, they've been pausing interest rates. But the question now, with all of this said and out the way, is, when does the Fed start cutting rates? The Fed did talk about slowing down quantitative tightening in their last Fed meeting. So they did talk about slowing QT down. And again, it's not direct QT, which is straight up selling bonds. It's more so stopping expanding their balance sheet and letting their current holdings mature and run off and expire off their balance sheet. That takes liquidity away from markets, causes banks to keep interest rates high, as well as they've done a bunch of rate hikes, right? So those are two different things. The question is, when do we start cutting rates? The problem is that inflation has spiked up so much in the last 5 years. Inflation has spiked up so much in 5 years. And this is why people still think the economy is struggling, right? And I'm not here to say it is or it isn't. You know, a lot of people yell we're in a recession or depression, but they don't really understand what that means. What they're really talking about is prices being too high, you know, for people in general, for the population, prices are too high. Understand, prices almost never go back down. So only one time in the last 20 years have prices genuinely gone down, like literally gone down. The best we can do is to slow them down, and the Fed's target is 2%. And so prices have already gone up so much in the last 5 years that it's not sustainable. And so our number one priority, again, I've been very outspoken about this, our number one priority should be keeping inflation down. It doesn't matter how high interest rates are. You're going to get a lot of heat from real estate agents and mortgage brokers wanting you to lower interest rates to help them sell more homes or whatever it is, and from real estate in general. But the number one priority should be keeping interest rates high, discouraging spending so that inflation comes back down. Because if inflation starts to spike, if we cut too early, inflation will and can spike. And if that happens, it can snowball out of control really, really fast. And again, very rarely do prices literally go down. And so the best we can do is slow them down. So basically what I'm trying to say is once prices go up, it's hard to get them to go back down. And so our number one priority should be keeping inflation down through what's called a hawkish Fed, a Fed that's trying to keep interest rates high and discourage spending. Dovish Fed is a less restrictive monetary policy in which they're trying to keep interest rates low and stimulate spending in that way. It's called a dovish Fed. But yeah, let me know what you guys think. When should we cut rates? Now that we've done our economics lesson for the day, when should we cut rates, chat? Yeah, so GameStop back up to 43s. I'm going to zoom in a little bit now. Back up to 43s, almost 44s. I think $50 is a big spot, and you can see the previous closing price at 48.70s here, chat. So again, we'll see if that holds. I'm still in GameStop. Yeah, if you spam, I'm gonna ban. No rate cut for the rest of the year. I hope so. I hope we don't cut rates this year. Again, you get a lot of pressure from real estate people, from mortgage brokers, from real estate agents. Because again, you got to understand, like I have my real estate license. Like I know a bunch of real estate people. They are not happy, I promise, over the last few years since interest rates have spiked. They are not happy at all. Again, if you look at mortgage rates, they're 7, 8, 9% right now. It doesn't make sense to buy a house. And so people are not buying as many houses unless they're paying cash. And in turn, it's causing a lot of them to lose business. I don't really deal real estate much, and so it doesn't really matter to me. I'd rather keep interest rates high and really get inflation under control first. But with all that said, inflation data today is very important. It's very relevant. It's very important. Crazy sale, chat. It's going to be running through May 20th. Again, you can now get a 250K challenge for about $18 after tax. 90% off all rhythmic evals. 50% off rhythmic resets. So again, if you want to check out Apex right now, you can get 90% off rhythmic, You can get 90% off everything, Trade Evade and Rhythmic. You can get the 250K challenge, and we bought a couple of these this morning for $18 after tax. Again, the 250K challenge for $18. Less than $20 right now, Chad. Huge deal. And so again, if you want to check it out, there's the link. I appreciate the love. Thanks so much. You use coupon code BT if you want to get that discount. BT, get you the max. We already got 1,500 people here live. So thanks so much for the support, guys. We appreciate it. They're a sponsor of mine. Remember, Apex is a sponsor of mine. I'm biased. They pay me money. They pay me money, so I'm biased. You'd be biased too if they paid you money, guys. All right, we got a couple minutes left. Nice shirt. This? It's an Under Armour shirt. Honestly, you gotta understand, like, I'll wake up I'm in Texas right now, so when I get up in the morning and start this live stream, it's 5:20 in the morning. And so I don't have time to change. You know, you see those people that wear suits? I immediately don't trust you if you wear a suit on a live stream. Like, what's the point of live streaming from your home if you're gonna dress up in a freaking suit just to look more successful? I don't get it. I get it if you're working for somebody else or you're doing your own thing, but dude, I like suits. I'm a watch guy. I love wearing a nice watch and a nice suit, right? But if y'all think I'm about to get up and do all that stuff, nah, dude. I'm going to take about 20 minutes extra sleep time. We got 30 plus minutes left. What's the best state for traders tax-wise? I don't know if there's the best. I mean, there's a lot of states that have no state income tax, but again, I'm here to tell you, you usually pay it back on real estate, on property tax, right? Like Texas, I'm in Texas, right? Everybody's like, oh, Texas, no state income tax. Yeah, but some homes you got to pay 2.5% in property taxes yearly. To put it into perspective, guys, you got to pay 2.5%. That means for every 100K you're spending, you're going to pay $2.5 thousand. If you're going to buy a $200,000 house, you're paying $5K in property tax. If you're going to buy a $300,000 house, you're going to pay $7.5 thousand. If you're buying a $400,000 house, you're going to pay $10K in property tax a year. And so even though there's no state income tax, you're still getting it. They're getting it back. You know, they're getting their money either way. It's just a little bit less direct of a way. And I like Texas. I really do. Texas is great. I'm from Louisiana originally, so really I'm a Louisiana person. That's where I lived most of my life. Is go Tigers, you know. Old school and Mega Seamasters. Yeah, they're pretty cool. All right, guys. So again, AMC GameStop still pulling back a little bit here. Chat still dipping. We're at 42.60s for GameStop here. Consolidating though. AMC's pretty flat on the day. It hasn't really done anything too negative. Hey, what's up, Beach? Hey, nice. Yeah, I'm a big watch guy. I'm like a watch nerd, you know. Got my first Rolex not too long ago. All right, guys. Nike trying to spike up a little bit. Let's see if it does. Getting some volatility here. GameStop trying to come back. Again, AMC's down. I think we got to let the opening bell happen, though. Again, Nike at 93s. I'm not going to be specific. I'm not trying to, like, brag or anything. So I'm not going to be too specific about the Rolex. It's definitely not a Daytona. Daytonas are hella expensive. They're like 50 grand, you know? All right, guys. GameStop, AMC, spike it up a little bit. Again, CPI expected at 3.4% on the year and 0.4% on the month. Core CPI expected at 0.3% on the year. I think it's like $80 for lifetime. I think they recently have it changed to $80 for lifetime. Did Roaring Kitty post? I see everything spike up here. Is this Roaring Kitty's post? Yeah, so 85 lifetime activation fee for a 250K challenge is what they have right now. Let me check Roaring Kitty. Is he up? He did. He just posted. Roaring Kitty just posted again. He posted a GIF with a power button on it from Easy A, the movie. Yeah. So he just posted the Easy A power button from GameStop, and markets are spiking up. GameStop at 45s, almost back up a little bit. AMC at $6 a share, over 45s for GameStop. Let's see if the run continues here, guys. I don't really know. Nobody knows, right? People get mad at me for not making predictions. Are usually the people that are going to buy signals, from gurus. I'm not talking about like algorithmic signals like Chart Prime. I'm talking about the people who are literally going to gurus, asking them to tell them their profit target and max, their profit target and risk levels, which is just a dumb, sleazy thing. And so again, nobody freaking knows, chat. Nobody knows what CPI is going to show up as. Nobody knows what PPI is going to show up as. Nobody knows what earnings are going to do. Nobody knows the reaction to earnings. And people, again, I always describe it as the Dunning-Kruger effect of trading, right? If you don't know what that is, the Dunning-Kruger effect basically means that the newer people think they know the most, and the more experienced people recognize how little they know. And I think it's very, very true for trading, because you got a bunch of 18-year-olds with braces trying to pretend they're somehow stock market experts, right? You got people who think that they can accurately predict super short-term price action with 100% accuracy, and it's just never happening. Like, nothing's 100% in trading. Nothing's definitive. It's all based on probabilities, and you have to recognize those probabilities and understand that nothing is a given for sure thing. In terms of CPI especially, we don't know not only how the market is going to, we don't know what CPI is going to show up as, but also how the market is going to react to it. The best thing you can hope for these numbers is to try to get into a reactionary mindset instead of a predicting one, because truly nobody knows what CPI is going to show up as, and more importantly, nobody knows how the market's going to react to whatever CPI does show up as. But again, I think new traders, I think people rush to be gurus so fast in trading. So, people rush to be experts. I always use the same example when I tell people this, because I think it really makes people understand how it goes. You can't trust what anybody says on the internet. I've had people who wanted to work for me as contractors say, hey, I want to work for you. They start posting to my Discord. They say, oh, thank you so much. I'm brand new, and you helped me really learn how to day trade. I'm brand new. I'm starting to get the hang of it. Thanks so much. And so it's like, all right, cool. They start posting on my Discord or whatever. And within a couple months, they start pretending like they're making 50K a week, that they've been day trading for over a decade, for 15 years, and that they're making 50K a week, and that, all this different stuff. And so I think people just rush to that. Like, people rush to it. They want to pretend to be better than they are. They want to pretend that it's easier than it is. They want to pretend that it's more predictable than it is. And none of those things are true. Yeah, they're probably fake members. He's probably a bot trying to get you to send him money. Sam. That's how it goes, though. All right, so yeah, Roaring Kitty did make a post. It was an easy GameStop power to the player post. So he did make a post. That's what spiked up the market. Yeah, I saw Roaring Kitty post. He posted a Easy A reference. Yeah, even great traders are wrong and have losing days for sure. That's why you'll get people that come to the channel and they'll argue super heavily about really, really ambiguous things. Really, really, like, they'll be like, yeah, this is going to do this because of this. And it's like, well, how do you know? You know, you don't know whether this is moving from technicals, from fundamentals, from anything. Yeah, I'm not really a big options guy. Yeah, so L, I've said it about 3 times, brother, if you keep asking me. You know, again, I think it's about 85 a month for the 250K one. I think it's actually 85,000 lifetime deal for the 250 challenge one. Outside of that, I think it's like 80 bucks, roughly. I'm not 100% sure, though, but I think it's 80 bucks. I mean, this is the spike in GameStop right here. It's still red on the day, though. So is AMC, but it's trying. Q back up a little bit as well. We got 22 minutes. Yeah, big Papa paper hand pushing. Definitely a paper hand. How live are you? 7. Hey, the CPI should come higher or lower than expected in order for the market to run. Everyone manipulates the truth to their own advantage, except for me. I mean, I try to be honest with people. I'm certainly doing this to make money, without question. If I wasn't making money, I would not be streaming right now. But I mean, that's just honesty. I mean, anybody telling you the truth is going to tell you the same thing. Nobody's on YouTube out of the kindness of their heart purely, maybe with a few outliers. But I mean, everybody's here to make money. That should be understandable. I'm spending my time providing a service. And so, yeah, I mean, I'm doing this to make money. 100%. Of course I am. Anybody would be. You would be too, you know? And so, I don't think you can really knock people for it. Well, no, it's not weird. They're doing a special right now. Oh, different, John. All right, guys. We got about 2,000 people here live. We still got 20 plus minutes before CPI inflation data drops. Of course, I'm streaming, you know, and I can respect somebody if they tell the truth for it. But if somebody tries to pretend like they just like teaching, like they're creating millionaire students because they just like teaching, guys. Like, look at the schools they're building, and they're doing it out of the kindness of their heart. They're not doing it because they're making thousands or millions of dollars in mentorship fees. They're doing it because of the kindness of their heart, because they just like helping people, and they just like teaching. So they're going to sell you a mentorship program on how to trade. They're not going to trade themselves, you know, because they made money 30 years ago trading a completely obscure, useless strategy today. But hey, they just like teaching, guys. So let's create some millionaire students and, you know, nonsense. Absolute nonsense, man. I'm not talking about anybody specifically. I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep it vague. I'm not talking about anybody. I'm not trying to start drama. It's all good. It's all love here. I'm just trying to show you guys the signs. You know. All right, guys. We got 20 minutes left. Back down to 44s for GameStop. So we spiked up a little bit from the Roar and Kitty post, but we're back down a little bit. AMC still sitting at 620s. Q still very flat on the day, very sideways on the day here, chat. All right, guys. CPI inflation data dropping very soon here, chat. Very soon. We got less than 20 minutes. Okay, stop with the buy gold spam. And honestly, if you're going to spam the same thing, I'm going to ban you too. Again, anybody that spams buy gold, sell gold, I'm going to ban you. All right, so again, we're attacking choppiness behavior in my account here. We're up 535 on the day. 550. We're gonna let this last contract roll. We're attacking choppy behavior here. 560. All right, so we're up 560 on the day. This is my actual 50K funded account on Apex. You love to see it. Again, we're attacking chop. Yeah, so what is everybody guessing on CPI? I have no idea. Yeah, the best time to buy is when blood is running in the streets. Who was that? Was that Buffett? I can't remember. I don't know if it was Buffett or not. It was somebody big. Might have been somebody else. All right, guys, we're over 2,000 here. We got 20 minutes roughly left still. Again, market opens or CPI data comes out very soon. Again, I'm scalping again here. I got 2 contracts left. We're up about 900 on the day. Again, my plan made a lot of sense, and I'm sticking to it. We're up 850 on the day here, chat. 850 on the day. Again, my idea. Again, I'll teach you guys what I'm doing to make this $850 in an actual funded account. The way I did it is very simple. I can show you my P&L on the day, and so here's my profit graph on the day. I'm up net 775 on the day net. I've only had a $35 losing trade, which is only one. Again, you can kind of see how I'm doing this. So let me show you guys this real quick. All right, so this is my profit on the day. Right, I'm going to teach you guys how I'm doing this. All right, I'm going to preface it with, look, I'm not an investment professional. I'm not liable if you lose. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I might be wildly wrong about anything and everything I say. Don't copy me. I'm not an investment professional. With all that said, remember, I am terrible and don't know what I'm talking about. I do trade off stream. You're not going to see all my trades. You know, understand CFTC 4.41 hypothetical simulated performance results in these funded account programs can vary. You know, top 3 greatest disclaimers of all time ever in the world right here. Anyways, with all that said and out the way, let's talk about it. So I have this strategy and systems. A lot of people have kind of made fun of the system. But again, I use my risk managed system that I used earlier, right? That I talked about earlier, where I'm building up a cushion and then taking larger risks once I have that cushion. You can see today, almost 90% accuracy. 90% accuracy. You can see my profit graph. We're up 775 net, and this is with fees. So this is net. We're up almost $800 net. The way I was able to do this is very simple. So, and again, I'm going to teach you the strategy right now because I think it makes freaking sense. I had this thesis a couple weeks ago, and I started trading it exactly as I'm about to explain it. So again, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. You're welcome. All right. Again, I can't guarantee this is going to work. Nobody can. Not an investment professional. Don't copy me. Top 3 worst strategies of all time. Anyways, now that I'm covering my butt enough, what I basically do here is I wait for major economic releases. So I wait for major economic releases. Now, these include CPI, PCE, PPI, FOMC meetings, Jerome Powell talks, major economic reports that the whole market is sitting on. What generally happens leading up to this report is a lack of liquidity and choppiness. You get choppy behavior leading into this report. This is not an uncommon thing leading into these reports. Most of the time, you get very choppy behavior. i.e. the Q today. If we look at the SPY, you're going to see a very similar thing. We'll put up the E-mini. The liquidity is a little bit better in the E-mini. Leading into this, again, when you zoom out here, we'll put a 5-minute chart up. It might look a little bit clearer here. Leading into this, you can see all day today, leading into this report, what do we get, chat? We get choppy behavior. We get up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Choppy behavior. It's literally a rectangle. What I've been doing every major economic report is typically I would avoid this chop. I would just not trade it because, again, it can kind of chop me out, fake me out. You don't get a lot of breakouts. You don't get a lot of momentum. What I've specifically been doing is doing the opposite. I've been attacking that range. And so if we look at, like, the NASDAQ is really what I made most of the money on this morning. I've literally just been range trading it. And so to zoom in here, all I've really done is short the top, buy the bottom. And so if I buy the dip, cover at the top. Sometimes I'll short the top, cover at the bottom. Buy the bottom, cover at the top. Short the top, cover at the bottom. Buy at the bottom, cover at the top. And I just do this over and over and over again. You know, that's what built me these profits today, just attacking these tight sideways ranges that we get leading into major economic reports. Now, CPI only drops once a month. And so you're not going to get these every day. You're not going to be able to trade this way every day. But again, I think it makes sense. And I think it's something that you see a lot. I think choppiness, the overarching point of this strategy is that choppiness is more predictable than momentum, in my opinion, a lot of the time. So, again, I know some people are going to disagree with the strategy. It doesn't matter. Everybody trades their own way. But yeah, that's what we did this morning. That's what we built. And again, we got 12 minutes left. And so, again, the reason I'm doing it now is because 30 minutes into CPI, the market, in theory, should be even more, should be the most choppy right now. So last CPI was 3.4% and 0.4% on the month, I think. Yeah, for sure, Blaze. Without question, man. Hey, thank you, Matthew. Hey, thanks so much for the $2 donation. Yeah, again, you could dislike the strategy. As long as you pay me, that's okay, Matthews. You're allowed to not like it and think it's trash. Thanks for the $2, brother. Appreciate the money, bro. You know. Yeah, 90% off Apex right now, for sure. All right, guys, we got 11 minutes here, chat. 11 minutes. We got 2,500 live viewers right now. 2,500 live viewers. We should have around 4,000 or 5,000 people when this drops. Yeah, no, listen, it's good. It's all good. Again, the strategy works. Like, again, people can say whatever they want. Look, let me show you even more numbers behind this strategy, okay? So just to put this in perspective, you see this 90%, right? You might think, oh, well, I've only gotten into, what, 2, 3, 4 trades? No. So we have 90% accuracy, not in 3 or 4 trades, chat. But in 24 trades. In 24 trades, we've got 90% accuracy, roughly, in 24 trades. Not only that, but my largest winning trade is larger than my largest losing trade. My average winning trade is over $40. My average losing trade is $17. So my winning trades are larger than my losing trades. Our accuracy rate has been roughly 90% on choppy days. It makes perfect sense, right? The market's going to be choppy a lot of the time leading into major economic reports. So why not try to profit from that choppiness? It's the most predictable time, in my opinion. No? It's not going to work 100% of the time. You still got to have good risk management. But in my opinion, I think it kind of works. Maybe we got lucky. I don't know. But hey, SPY dipping down a little bit now, guys. Again, in theory, we would buy this rip. But again, I only attacked it when we had choppy behavior. So this is less choppy behavior, so we'll probably slow it down. And we've already made 900 on the day. So I think we got to just sit on it, I think. We got 2,500 watching. Remember when we were only 25 to 50? Hey, thanks so much. Yeah, my channel's grown a lot over the last few years, for sure. I'm using 5 minute, 1 minute. It depends. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna have 11,000 for CPI. That's a little bit over an estimate. All right, so again, yeah, I'm gonna put the. Hey, thanks for becoming a member, Goose. Hey, thanks, brother. All right, guys. Yeah, so here's CPI expected at 3.4%. 0.4% month over month. So there's the expectations. We got 8 minutes. Appreciate it, Goose. Thanks, man. Hey, thanks, Chris. Yeah, I think it was Buffett that said it. I'm not 100%. No, Powell's not speaking again today. I don't think he is. All right, guys, 7 minutes. We got about 3K here. What would make the market dump? The market would dump if CPI came in like 4% or something crazy. The market would probably dump pretty fast. Yeah, the official expectation is anywhere between. Hey, again, there's no one official. It all varies. Like, there's not like it's not like the Fed is out here saying, "Hey, we think it's going to come in at X." Right? That's not how it works. Like the expectations are based off of multiple different analysts. Some are expecting 3.4, some are expecting 3.3, some are expecting, most of them are expecting 0.4% on the month and 3.4% on the year. But it's not like there's just one that is the main one. Like, most people might expect the same thing, but it varies by analysts. Yeah, I mean, a 3.6, 3.7% would probably make us drop pretty hard. I don't know if we're going to crash. But yeah. Yeah, Tesla's up some. I wouldn't say it's up a lot. Again, GameStop and AMC have been pretty flat. It might be waiting for the opening bell. We have a free beginner's course, but it's free. It doesn't cost anything, and it's a little old, but it's all right. It's only a couple years old. CPI is the consumer price index. It's how much prices are rising for consumers. It's inflation data. Yesterday, we had PPI data that came in slightly higher than expected. Today, we have CPI data expected at 3.4% on the year, so that means prices have increased an average of 3.4%. We also have month-over-month increase for April at 0.4%, which means prices in April increased about 0.4% relative to the previous month. Again, this data drops in about 5 minutes, and so it's a huge release, a huge report. Stick around. We will cover it as soon as it drops. Thanks for covering economic data. Yeah, man, that's what grows my channel is economic data. Like, we cover other stuff, but again, yesterday with Powell, we had 14,000 people watching, which is crazy. Really fun. We're in Tesla right now too, and Tesla's moving up some, so that's nice. I get a little quiet today, but yeah. All right, chat. 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Remember, Apex has a 90% off sale right now. The crazier one, though, chat, is not the 90% off sale. You can get the 250K challenge on Apex for like $16, $18 after tax. So, for the time being, only if you use my BT link, you can get the discount. Here's the link right here. Use my coupon code BT. It gets you the max discount. Again, they're a sponsor of mine. They pay me money. I'm biased because they pay me money. But again, if you want to help support your boy here, there's the link. Again, get 90% off Apex accounts, and if you want the 250K challenge, if you use that coupon code BT, 2 letters BT, will get you the max discount. Let's go, guys. CPI coming out Very, very soon. We got 3.5 minutes left. Hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure you're called up on the stream chat. Yeah, I mean, economic data is kind of what grew my channel. You know, it sets us apart from a lot of other channels. And other people have tried to copy me since then, but, you know, most people know if they want to know what's going on in economic data, earnings, big stock market news, and activity to watch this channel. All right, guys, we got 3 minutes here. 3 minutes. Again, CPI is the consumer price index. It's how much prices are rising specifically for consumers. Yesterday, we had the producer price index. It's how much prices are rising specifically for producers or businesses. It's all relevant because the Federal Reserve, the Fed influences interest rates. If the economy is at risk for recession and depression, they will lower interest rates. If the economy is at risk for inflation, they will raise interest rates or keep interest rates high. And that's what they've been doing since, you know, we've had too much spending. Labor market's been strong and we've had too much spending. And so in turn, the Fed's kept interest rates high. It's one of the reasons mortgages are 8% right now, because they're keeping interest rates high. They've been raising rates for the last few years and they've been pausing rates for the last 6 months or so. The question is, when are they going to pivot to cut rates? If we cut rates too soon, inflation can spike. And so this CPI gauge, as well as PCE over the following month, is going to influence what the Fed chooses to do when they choose to start cutting rates. I don't think we should cut rates anytime soon because inflation can snowball and spiral out of control. And prices have already gone up so much over the last 5 years, and they rarely go back down. Best we can do is slow them down. And so essentially what I'm saying is we can't deal with more price spikes. We want inflation under control. We should not cut rates anytime soon. We should keep interest rates high and discourage spending enough to control inflation back down to a reasonable level first, in my opinion. But hey, we got a minute and a half left, chat. A minute and a half left. Again, that's just my own look at it. Let me know in chat right now if you think we should cut or raise rates. What do you think the number's going to come in at? 3.3, 3.2, 3.7, 3.6, 3.5. I'm just going to take a wild guess. And again, it's just a straight up guess because I really have no idea what's going to happen. I'm just going to take a straight up guess here. I'm going to guess CPI is going to show up at 3.5%, which is I'm going to guess CPI is going to show up at 3.4%. I'm going to go with as expected for CPI, 3.4% and 0.4% month over month. I'm going to go with as expected. Again, straight up guess, but I'm going to go with 3.4 on the year, 0.4% on the month for regular CPI. Again, straight up guess. We'll see. We got less than a minute now, chat. Less than a minute. Be ready here. All right, we're ready. Here we go. 20 seconds, guys. Hit the live button next to the play button. Make sure you're fully caught up on stream. Again, the SPY did bounce. Choppy trend continued here. All right, guys, here we go. We got 10 seconds here, chat. 10 seconds. And here's this report. 5, 4, 3, 2. And there's the report live. All right, so the New York Empire State Manufacturing Index came in at -15. CPI came in at 3.4% on the year and 0.3% on the month. So 3.4% on the year. As I said, we might 0.3% on the month. Retail sales showed up at 0% versus 0.4%. More optimistic for inflation. 0.4% is expected. We showed up at 0.3% on the month. Retail sales came in at flat at 0% versus 0.4% increase. The New York Empire State Manufacturing Index came in at -15 versus -9 expected. But overall inflation data was lower or as expected. CPI came in core flat for CPI. Core CPI was flat. Regular CPI came in lower than expected on the month and flat on the year. Retail sales came in lower than expected, and Empire State Manufacturing Index came in lower than expected. So what these things signal is less inflation pressure, which is good. This is good. That's one of the reasons the market is spiking up. Signals less inflationary pressure right now. It is bullish. Less inflation pressure. Again, I'll put these numbers up on screen. Again, CPI showed up at 3.4% on the year at 0.3%, so better than expected on the month-to-month reading. So again, we'll put this number up on screen. Again, month-to-month, 0.3 versus 0.4%. Again, retail sales showed up at 0. Put retail sales up. They were expected at 0.4, 0.3. They ended up showing up at 0. All right. So good news all the way around here. I think retail sales lower is better for inflation worries. CPI lower is obviously good. And the market's pumped up on this. So again, CPI data helped the market for sure here, chat. Let's give it time for people to say it's rigged or manipulation or whatever it is. Again, CPI data was better than expected. Again, Tesla flying up right now. This is helping my portfolio. We went from slightly red on the day to nicely green here. Again, thoughts, chat, thoughts? Ooh, we got 5,000 people here live here. Again, stick around, guys. We got AMC GameStop at the opening bell. SPY is pumped up here, chat. Huge rip in the market. Inflation data is slightly better than expected. It was mostly flat. We were correct about the yearly report. Again, we told you guys we thought 3.4. We showed up at 3.4. Month to month, we showed up at 0.3% on base CPI. Retail sales showed up flat, which I think is optimistic. It shows lower inflation data, but flat retail sales, which is optimistic, which means that, like, if retail sales show up higher than expected, something that you can see is that because the market so desperately fears inflation, that higher retail sales can be interpreted as a negative thing because it means more spending and ultimately more inflation problems. So inflation to show up less than expected, as well as retail sales to show up flat, I think that's an optimistic look. It means that, you know, yeah, it's an optimistic look. I think it's a better sign. And again, the market has agreed with me here because SPY at 527's chat, so market is ripped up on this, so that's good news. That's good news. I lost my mouse. There we go. Where's Nvidia at right now? Let's see. Again, Nvidia spiked up to 924s. Will Nvidia hit 1,000 here, chat? Here's Nvidia right now at 924s. Will it hit 1K today? I think it could. I certainly think it could. It just needs to continue. Yeah, I mean, they're going to try to keep price stability. They want to control inflation. I promise you, Powell doesn't want, like, a terrible economy or a crash under his watch, you know, despite what people say. Again, the problem is that bears overpredict crashes, and so every economic report, every earnings report, they have that, like, tunnel vision mindset of crash, crash, crash. And so when they're wrong, they scream manipulation, right? When most of the time they're just wrong. You know, most of the time the market's just not going to crash every other year like they think it is. And a lot of them have been sold on it by gurus out here. Like, I think what happens is people go from day traders to economists, right? And if you go from day trading to economists, you might not understand how little the market will crash. Like, the market's going to go up long term. But a lot of day traders have that really short-term volatility, crash mindset, shorting mindset, and so they kind of get tunnel vision on it. But I'll say it again, if you find yourself betting against the market long-term, somewhere you've been misled. Somewhere that's the biggest sucker bet you could ever get involved with. The market's going to go up long-term. Now, short-term, anything can happen. We can crash. We do crash. We can correct. But just understand the biggest edge the market's going to have, which is up. Anyways, AMD pumping up. I'm in AMD. Nvidia pumping up on this data as well. You could say the same for bulls. Not necessarily. So the longer you hold a short position, the less likely you are to make money. The more likely the market is, and when I say the market, I'm talking about like the S&P, the NASDAQ, the Dow. The longer you hold a position in those, the more likely you are to make money. The longer you hold a short position on the S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow, the less likely you are to make money. And so again, if you find yourself betting against those index funds long term, somewhere you've been misled. You know, whether it's politic bias, like everybody's acting like it's just the worst it could ever be. Somewhere you've been misled. The reality is those things are going to move up over time. Again, I'm going to talk about it again for no other reason besides inflation is going to go up over time. And so companies are going to make more because they have to, but they're staying the same. But regardless, prices are going to go up over time. And so if you're shorting the S&P long term, again, it's a terrible idea because the longer you wait, the more likely you are to move up in it, if that makes sense. And again, I'm not trying to attack anybody. I'm just trying to help people understand what the true edge of markets is. Because a lot of people get misled on chasing market crashes and shorts and all these different things. And that's fine. But just understand where the real edge is. I still short today. I've shorted today already. I'm up about $800 day trading short. I'm not only long. I'm talking about, if you're talking about long term and the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, like I'm talking about the people, like if you're holding a short position for over a year in the S&P, it's one of the dumbest positions you could ever get involved with. It really is. You know, if you look back at a century of data, it's one of the worst positions you could ever get. Again, do whatever you guys want to do. I'm not here to judge. Maybe y'all are right, but you know, I think a lot of traders are pulled in these different directions where they think the market's going to always just crash every other day, and eventually it clicks where they realize like, hey, I'm just being manipulated here. But yeah. Anyways, Tesla rip it up. It's at over 180s here, chat. Let's see if it actually holds. And again, if you want to check out one of my sponsors, guys, and again, this is a sponsor of mine. I'm biased. They pay me money. I'm biased. If you want to check them out, Apex has a 90% off sale going on right now. A 90% off sale. The other really nice thing about Apex today is that you can get the 250K challenge for $18 after tax. So you can get, so look, on Apex, they give you a demo and they test your skill with the demo account first. Most day traders lose, and I'm here to tell you the truth. I'm biased because they're a sponsor of mine and they pay me money. I'm going to preface everything I say with that. But most day traders lose. If you put up 5K as your first account, you're probably going to lose 5K. And so it makes no sense to put up a ton of money in the beginning as a day trader. Instead, limit your risk with a funded account program. In the futures market, you can day trade the SPY, you can day trade the Q, price action. You can't trade the SPY or Q directly, but you can day trade the S&P E-mini futures contract, which is what the SPY tracks, and you can day trade the NASDAQ futures contract, which is what the Q tracks. And patterns are very similar to blue chips, but there's no PDT rule, and these funded account programs are allowed. Apex is one of the most legit. They've paid out over $100 million to their traders, and right now they have a 90% off sale going on, where they give you a demo, they test your skill with the demo. The base one's $25K. If you can make $1,500 in profit without losing $1,500 in first on a demo account, they fund you $25K with a 90% split as long as you follow their rules. And so you're keeping most of your profit once you're funded anyway, as long as you follow their rules. You're keeping 90%, similar to putting the money up yourself. But if you lose, the base one right now is less than $30. And so your risk is genuinely limited, but your reward is similar to putting the money up yourself as long as you can follow their rules and conditions. Right now, you can also get the 250K challenge for $18 after tax. It's like $16 before tax. You can get this whole 250K one, which is usually hundreds of dollars, I think, right? You got to make 15K in profit without losing 6,500. So it's a 2-to-1 ratio, very reasonable. And again, once I'm funded, I scale down in size in anyway. But again, for right now, there's a 90% off sale. Help support your boy here in free economic reports. That's like the second plug we've done all day in hours. And so, you know, shameless plug here. They're a sponsor of mine, though. I'm biased. Check them out. All right, guys, SPY pull it back to the VWAP here. But again, if you use the coupon code BT, you'll get the max discount. Anyways, shameless plug. You'll probably lose, so lose your money with me while making money in partnerships. No, listen, you'll probably lose day trading without question, and most people will probably lose here as well. I mean, I get it. You're trying to paint it in the most negative light, but tell me what's better. Right? You think it's better for a day trader to put up $4,000 of their own money? Anybody that's telling you the truth is going to tell you if you're a new day trader, you're almost certainly about to lose that 4K. I know I did in the beginning. And so the big edge with this, guys, like people acting like there's no value here. Look, you get a Ninja Trader license for free included with these. You get real-time data for free. Data's expensive. All of that's included here. Some paper trading accounts with data are going to cost much more than this. Much more than this. And so people acting like it's there's no value there are usually just trying to hate. And so again, absolutely they're a sponsor of mine. I make money. I'm biased because they pay me money. I'm pretty open about that though. And so, I mean, I don't think you can really knock that either. Yeah, dude, I lost 4K in the first like 3 weeks. Again, I thought I was about to get rich. You know, I saw a bunch of day trading gurus out here telling me about financial freedom. I'm like, oh, well, I'm about to get rich. You know, time to get rich in the market, guys. You know, I put up 4K. My wife was like, John, don't do it. 4K was a lot to me. I've told this story every day, basically, but $4,000, ton of money to me at the time. I'm not saying it's not a lot, but at the time, it was so much money. You know, I didn't have a lot. I was bartending. And so $4,000 was, you know, a lot. I put it up. I thought I was about to just get rich. Ended up losing it in a couple weeks, very, very quickly. Got super, almost cried. I remember I almost cried. If my wife wasn't around, I might have cried, you know, if I'm being honest. Top 3 criers in the world right now. Yeah, my guess is you're one of those guys, Crime, that got talked into shorting the market long term, and the market rips up, and you're just kind of emotional about it, brother. It's all good, dude. Let it out here. I mean, you're banned for life, but let it out, man. It's okay. GameStop coming down. Again, let me give you guys a little understanding. People are really upset that I tell people they'll probably lose at day trading. You know, would you rather me tell people that they'll probably make money and lie to them? I'm the only guy out here. Again, people can get mad about my plugs. I'm the only guy out here telling you you'll probably lose day trading. Telling you I'm biased in my sponsor's favor because they pay me money. Nobody else does that. Like, you're welcome, guys. Because nobody else does that. That's about as transparent as I can be. And so, in the end, people just get mad if I make money because they're kind of insecure about their own life. That's all this really is. And so, again, if I was watching somebody, I would rather watch somebody that's honest with me. Right, and so that's what I try to do. I try to be honest with people about it. Of course, I'm doing this to make money. Of course I am. Anybody on YouTube is doing this to make money. Should be a very understandable thing. If y'all were here with as many viewers as I would, I promise you would be doing the same thing. And so, in the end, it's all love. I mean, I hate them for life, but it's all love. Yeah, so I lost 4K, right? So it's actually the founder's moment to this YouTube channel. So I lost $4,000. Very quickly. I was trading blue chip stocks mostly. I was trading like Tesla at the time, right after Tesla was like a really hot stock. I was trading like a bunch of blue chip stocks, the SPY. I remember I traded like, oh dude, I can't remember what it was. I traded some IPOs and just lost so much money. But I started this channel and I called it beginner trading because I didn't want to be a sleazy guru out here selling courses, like acting like I was some great trader. I literally tell people I'm not even a good trader here because that's what I'd rather be on. I'd rather sleep good at night if I'm going to make money doing this, you know, and the way I do that is by telling people the truth, right? So I don't claim to be an expert. I don't sell a course. I don't sell my own service. I don't even claim to be a good trader. I tell people where my biases are. And that's really why I started my channel, was because I saw so many gurus out there trying to do the same thing, where they were trying to act like experts, making ridiculous promises to people that they couldn't follow through with, acting like people can just find financial freedom if they buy a day trading course and then, you know, do whatever. And so I wanted to be the opposite of that. And so I started the channel and I called it beginner trading because that's what I was. I was a beginner. I wasn't going to pretend to be an expert. And I started uploading videos about that. Eventually I lost that 4K. You know, I put up my 4K. If you look at my really old videos, like, they're terrible quality. But eventually I lost that 4K and I just completely stopped uploading for a year straight. Completely stopped uploading. Hey, thank you so much for becoming a member, P. Hey, thanks so much, brother. But yeah, so anyways, eventually I stopped trading for like a year straight. But I had uploaded a bunch of videos already, and so I started to get some growth on YouTube, even though I wasn't posting. So I saw my subscriber rate go from like 10 subscribers to 20 subscribers to 50 to 100 to 200, and so I got the itch to start uploading again. But when I kept, you know, I always try to tell people, like, look, when you're learning to day trade, it is something that you can do successfully. It's not something that nobody's going to be able to do correctly. Some people are going to be able to succeed at it, but the ones that succeed have good risk management. And in order to have good risk management, you almost have to lose. And this example is a perfect example of it. Like, when I first got back, after I lost that 4K, it burned. It hurt. Like I said, I almost wanted to cry. That was a lot of money to me at the time. So when I came back, I traded much more risk averse. I traded much safer, much smaller size, much more disciplined. And so in that regard, you kind of have to lose to feel that and to adjust your system, because before you lose like that, you're just kind of gambling away. But after you lose and it hurts, you know, you adjust your trading to compensate for it. And so again, that's why, like, these funded account programs, people can say whatever they want. They allow traders to lose with less risk. And ultimately what the consequence of that is them building up their risk management. And I think that's a powerful, powerful thing, regardless of what anybody says. Yes, I make money from it. Of course I do, you know, but like, it's a powerful thing. Yeah, I don't know about GameStop. I'm hoping it holds, chat. I really do. Nvidia's spiking up right now. Nvidia almost up to 925s. But hey, we'll see if it holds. Yeah, I'm in GameStop. I'm in AMC right now. Again, I haven't sold them yet, or I haven't sold AMC, and I'm still in some GameStop. No, Courtney. I'm not a big horoscope people. I think horoscopes, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I respect everybody's beliefs. I think a lot of that is confirmation bias. So I think like if you read some of these horoscopes and people like they'll say, "Oh, this person, you know, they care about their friends and family. They don't trust easy, but once they trust you, they really trust you. You know, this person is great with friends and family and deeply cares about their friends." Everybody wants to believe that's them, right? If I look at my horoscope and it's like, "Hey, John, you are the smartest, most clever guy ever. You care about your friends and family." Of course I do. You know, it's just kind of telling people what they want to hear, and then people are building their entire personality around it, and that's just not something that I necessarily like agree with. I think it's silly to a certain extent, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't freaking know. I'm actually an Aquarius, if you want to know my actual horoscope, but yeah. GameStop just cracked lows on the day, down under 42s. Yeah, no, you're good, Cordy. It's all good. Like I said. Hey, what's up, Robert? You sold those stocks to me, so I took your 4K. It's all right, bro. Listen, this was 8 years ago, so I'll be all right. Are you going to say anything other about GameStop other than I don't know, guys? No, I'll probably say I don't know, guys, about another 40 times. Look, you guys want me to tell you what's going to happen, and I don't know what's going to happen, you know? Nobody does. Hey, do markets opening usually mean a run up or down? I saw what happened yesterday with GameStop. Is that normal because of halts? I don't know if anything that about GameStop is normal necessarily. I think we're still waiting for market opens. And look at the SPY bounce right at the volume weighted average price. So again, SPY bouncing right at the VWAP level here. Right at the VWAP. Again, let's see if it holds. Let's see if it holds. Nvidia does the same thing. So again, if you're not watching the volume weighted average price, it's an important spot, I think. You got to pay attention to it. Yeah, and the reason you see people react so negatively to the day trading comments is because, like, listen, it's kind of like if you've ever tried to talk somebody out of a pyramid scheme, what happens, right? They get mad at you for it, right? They don't say, "Hey, thank you so much. I know you're just trying to help me." They've literally been programmed to get mad at you for it. And so if you've ever seen somebody that gets really wrapped up in shorting the S&P long term or like buying this mentorship program from some guru, if you try to talk them out of it, they get mad at you for it because it hurts so much to challenge like something they've invested so much time and energy, and it's too hard to, the truth hurts, and it's too hard to look at objectively. Anyways, Nvidia's starting to turn back down. Let's see if GameStop can hold. CPI was better than expected, arguably. It's subjective, I think. Better or worse depends on how you look at it. If you think we're at risk for a recession or depression, CPI showed less spending than expected month to month. But I think lesser inflation is the bigger risk, or the bigger desire for the markets, and so lower inflation data is good generally. Yeah, I'm in AMC. I'm in GameStop. I hope they both go up. You know, we'll see. Can you tell these people the story behind GameStop so they understand why it went up? Okay. It's a long story, but I'll go ahead and tell it. So in 2021, GameStop had been beaten down, and understandably so. A lot of people were speculating that video games and the industry of video games, retail was dying because of obsolescence, right? So GameStop was becoming obsolete because most people buy copies of video games online now, and this is true. They buy most games online now, and so GameStop was struggling. It was beaten down to like $4 or $5 a share. To be completely honest, prior to any of this movement, I was pretty bearish on GameStop. I thought it was weak at $4. I never shorted it, but I certainly wasn't buying it. But they had this guy Roaring Kitty who just liked the stock, and this whole community built up around GameStop. And basically, GameStop traders recognized that there were a lot of extended shorts in GameStop. Like big billionaire hedge funds were shorting GameStop into oblivion, right, and pushing it down. And so there was an opportunity to do what's called a short squeeze, because when shorts have to cover, when they have to exit their positions, they have to buy their shares back. And so by causing a lot of short traders to cover and hedge funds, it causes them to have this huge influx of buys, which is called a short squeeze, and it'll squeeze stocks up from all these shorts covering at one moment in time. Well, at the time, GameStop had a short float of 120%, and it had a float size that was pretty small of about 50 million. So the float was small, meaning it could potentially have a very large range. But the short float was super extended, 120%. Basically, the hedge funds got too greedy. And so this guy, Roaring Kitty, basically recognized this, thought there was deep effing value. He just liked the stock, and eventually those hedge funds started to get squeezed out by the GameStop community. The GameStop community recognized this with Wall Street Bets and with Roaring Kitty, and they started to squeeze the hedge funds out. GameStop went from $4 to, within a couple days, it was at $550 in extended hours trading. So it went from $4 to $550. It was the largest short squeeze in history, and this was in 2021. Then the infamous buy button disappeared on Robinhood. Robinhood took away the buy button, only let people sell it, and basically the GameStop run squeeze ended. It dropped from 550 back down to the hundreds, and then they did a 4-to-1 split, which brings us to where we are now, which is at about $40, which is about $160 pre-split. Right, so back to where we are now. Roaring Kitty made tens of millions of dollars from this. It's where the movie Dumb Money was created from this. It was from Roaring Kitty. It was about Roaring Kitty. Anyways, the squeeze basically settled down. AMC squeezed in for a number of other reasons as well, and there's a lot of other squeezes that occurred at the time. And again, it was the largest short squeeze in history. Eventually, Roaring Kitty settled down and stopped social media posting. He had court cases and stuff he was having to deal with. Well, GameStop settled back down to, $15, $10 a share post-split. A couple days ago, Roaring Kitty posted again for the first time in years. And this spiked GameStop all the way back up. And again, to be fair, people can say whatever they want. I've been in GameStop prior to this latest push. I've been in GameStop for a while now. I've been in AMC for a while now as well. But a couple days ago, Roaring Kitty made his first post in years, and this was on the cusp of GameStop making another run back up to $20 last week, at the end of last week. And so this propelled GameStop from about, $15, $20 all the way up to $80 at one point yesterday morning. Now, since then, it's settled back down a little bit, and it's kind of consolidating sideways. If you look at AMC, it's a very similar story here for AMC. It's a very similar story. If you look at it, AMC did a very similar thing where it went up to 1330s. And again, I'm in both of these stocks right now. Now that what everybody's waiting for is the opening bell. We have 35 minutes until the opening bell. And the question is, are these stocks going to squeeze again? Roaring Kitty made another post not too long ago. Most of these, they're GIFs, graphics. And so, yeah, we'll see what happens, chat. Let me know what you guys think what happens. I hope it goes up. I think consolidation is healthy for GameStop. And so I do believe it's healthy. And so I hope we rip up at the opening bell, but we'll see. We're in the sequel to Dumb Money. Yeah, we might be. Yeah, again, what grew my channel originally, like we've grown a lot now. But we were participating, like we were streaming at the same time. And this was when my channel was small, where we were getting like a couple hundred people there. Fast forward to now. Yesterday we had 14,000 concurrent viewers during Jerome Powell. So my channel's grown a lot since then, but we participated. We were streaming AMC GameStop at the time. My channel grew a lot in those moments. It kind of sparked a lot of growth for my channel. So, but again, since then it's settled back down a little bit. But this is round 2, hopefully. And again, we'll see. Yeah, there's a lot of stocks that squeezed up with GameStop, specifically KOS headphones, BB, Nokia. I'm trying to think of all the other ones. I was in it, watching it in GameStop at the time. You only know this, John, because it actually happened? Yeah, I mean, I don't know this from the movie. I know this because I participated in all of it at the time, Yeah, I mean, you could argue the Volkswagen squeeze was larger, but in terms of market impact, I would argue the GameStop one was larger, but it doesn't matter. Tomatoes, tomatoes, Yeah, I'm not talking about dumb money. I'm talking about freaking the actual... I'm talking about the actual squeeze that happened. Sorry, I got all these alerts going on. Let me mute these. Oh, man. All right, guys. CPI data is out. All right, sorry, chat. I gotta find a way to mute this. There we go. All right, there we go. I really like this page. I had to stop with other ones, so thank you for your honest assessment. Yeah, I mean, you guys know me. I try to be honest as much as I can. People still get weird. Usually, the biggest haters are ones that have tried to create a channel and failed, or tried to create a community and failed. For whatever reason, they're just kind of really hateful. But I try to be honest. I try to be honest about sponsors. I'm honest about what I think is going to happen, and I really tried to tell people I don't know what's going to happen. Like, I really don't know what's going to happen. My bias is I'm mostly a bullish trader. I still short things in day trading, and I do day trade regularly, but I'm probably a better swing trader and investor. I'm up thousands on the year already, so we're going to hope to continue that. And again, when I say I'm up thousands of the year, I'm talking about on TOS, on stocks and swing trading and investing. So yeah, so I know Roaring Kitty's been making a lot of posts. But I think it stopped having as big of an impact on the price, unfortunately. Yeah, but Michael Burry's just wildly wrong. And, going back to my crashes or overpredicted conversation, Michael Burry has wildly overpredict crashes. And I think people watch The Big Short and they idolize Burry. And so they want to be the next big short predictor, right? But the problem is that crashes are very difficult to predict. And you're causing retail to miss out on money. Because like last year, again, I'll show you guys this. This is a story I tell regularly, but I'm going to say it again because it's important for people to understand that get wrapped up in shorting and stuff. So years ago, let me put up the queue. All right, so years ago, right, the market had its biggest correction. What happened? Anybody notice any weirdness from TOS today? What happened? Okay, there we go. All right, so years ago, chat, years ago, we had the biggest correction we'd had in a while. This is back at the end of 21 and 22. So many people were saying the market was going to crash. Burry famously, after the FOMC meeting, said sell to everybody on Twitter. The market ended up ripping up huge percentages. He eventually deleted the post, deactivated his Twitter, and eventually came out and apologized for it later on. And so the problem is that, again, the market, if we're looking at pure statistics here, okay, the market, the S&P is going to give you about 10% a year, maybe a little bit less, 8 to 10% a year on average. And that includes crashes. And so what does that mean? That means that on good years, on bullish years, the market's going to move up much more than 10%. And so again, fast forward to last year after this big correction, and so many people were telling me the market was going to crash right here. They were telling me sell, you'll see, making fun of long bets or whatever it is. Fast forward to last year, and this is why so many of them get so emotional, is because they missed out on a lot of it. Fast forward to last year, we had one of the strongest years in a long time. S&P did 24% last year. And again, a lot of those big crash predictors missed out on the big runs. And so it's fine to predict crashes as long as you're not too rigid with it. But on good years, the market's going to give you a lot of gains. And if you miss out on that because you're just so desperate to be like Michael Burry, you know, it's your own fault. You have to understand the true edge of markets, which is long-term markets are going to go up. I would rather buy on crashes than short tops. I think that's a really risky trade. Powell doesn't speak today. He spoke yesterday. Yeah, I mean, Burry was very right. Who, Burry? No, listen, I'm not dissing Burry. I think Burry's a really smart guy. I think he wildly overpredicts crashes, but I think he's a pretty smart dude. I like Michael Burry. I like The Big Short's one of my favorite movies. The Big Short's what got me involved with the stock market. I was a poker player, checkers player prior to getting involved with the stock market. I went and saw the movie The Big Short. It inspired me to learn about markets. That's what brought me to this channel. You know, so I can respect Michael Burry a lot, and he's obviously got a much larger net worth than I ever do. So I mean, you know, he's doing something right, but I can't really knock Burry for it, because I think if you ever seen The Big Short, I think if so many people doubted you and then you proved them wrong, including your friends who've sued you and did all this crazy stuff, if so many people doubted you and then you proved the whole world wrong, I might be bearish and skeptical as well, right? So I'm not even blaming Burry for over predicting crashes, but he certainly has been over predicting crashes. And so I think I can't even knock him for being pessimistic in the markets, because so many people doubted him and he was right. But I think because of that, he's too bearish now, and he's letting that bias cause him to be a little bit too bearish. Yeah, stop asking for money. Nobody's gonna send you anybody here, bro. So what are y'all arguing about? Somebody saying GameStop was hype. I don't know. I don't think we have any. We have yeah, so we got Fed Michael Barr speaking in 55 minutes, but he's not really going to influence the market in any significant way. We got some of the FOMC members speaking, but it's Kashkari and Michelle Bowman, so they're not really big members of the Fed that are going to cause any influence over markets. So yeah, I'm looking back. I don't really see anything else big. Yeah. Yeah, I believe that, Big T. Yeah, I'm pretty green on my portfolio today as well. Yeah, the real question is, when are we going to start cutting rates? I don't think we should anytime soon. I'm going to end this poll. We got over 5,000 votes on this poll. Let's see what they say. Yeah, Henry, just be respectful, bro. Everybody be respectful. Yeah, all of you guys be respectful. RJ, Henry. Yeah, y'all stop arguing. Everybody. Not trying to target anybody. I'm just kind of reading back a chat. All I see is name calling now. Y'all chill out. Y'all can listen. One of the most important parts of the stock market is that people are going to disagree. Guys, listen, give each other a hug, man. It's all right. You know? Shake each other's hands or something. You know, do an internet handshake here, bro. It's all right. Dude, people are going to disagree. That's the nature of the stock market. I can say the stock market's going to go up. You can say the stock market's going to go down. Nobody knows. We might both be wrong. You know, maybe it goes sideways. Y'all chill out. Rory Kitty with another post 23 minutes ago. Again, I still think GameStop has held pretty well, all things considered. Let's see what the opening bell does, though. IV is 700% for GameStop call options for Friday. Craziness. I like the Star Wars run. You're not actually going into an asteroid field, or you don't have to do this to impress me. So the possibility of successfully navigating an oil field is approximately... Asteroid field is whatever. Never tell me the odds. So a Star Wars post from Roaring Kitty. You love to see it. Markets are starting to run back up here. I gotta put up. Here's the E-mini. E-mini is about to maybe break lifetime highs. Look at the flag pattern on the E-mini though. I don't know what it's gonna do. We're already up. I'm in a tough spot. Like I am already up pre-open. I think I'm up like $800 roughly, a little bit under. I think I'm up like $775 net to be exact in my 50K funded account on Apex, and stocks on TOS I'm green as well. So I'm up so much already heading into the opening bell. I don't know what to do. Freaking scammers. Again, if you ever run into comments like this, chat, they're scammers. They'll say, usually they're professionally written. They'll say, I never knew how to make money in the financial markets until I met, Trader Bill. Bill helped me earn $7,326.50 yesterday. Kindly find him here. Never believe them. They're almost all nonsense. I'm banning a lot of them now, is why I'm saying it. They'll send themselves a bunch of bot viewers to agree with them, and they'll be like, Bill too. You'll know because there's no freaking way this is organic. Like, there's no way somebody makes a post under somebody's video, and within 15 seconds, you got 10 other people like, yo, I know Bill too. He's the greatest guru ever. Like, come on now, man. Terrible people are the people that send these to people. Horrible people. You get banned. I'm like Oprah out here giving bans. You get a ban. You get a ban. You get a ban. The big streams are where we get a lot of these bots. We had a lot of genuine comments though. The GOAT. Trader Bill, the GOAT. Bitcoin Bob. Okay, guys. Do I have to put you guys in timeout? Alright, guys. Listen. RJ. Sit in timeout and think about what you've done. Hold on. I can't even find the other guy. RJ, sit in timeout and think about what you've done. Where's the other guy? Oh, it's coming, Henry. Where'd he go? Where's the guy he's arguing about? Alright, now I gotta go to Nightbot here. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Pawn. I couldn't find him, bro. Both of y'all sit in the corner. Think about what you've done. And, it's all love here, guys. It's all love here. Yeah, definitely top 3 bannable channels in the world right now. Yeah. Honestly, I'm for this to make money. Let's do it. Again, we're consolidating. $40, pretty big psychological level. Let's see if it holds. Again, I'm in AMC. I'm in GameStop. I hope they hold. I want them to hold, of course. Yeah, it's all good. I say good day. You get nothing. All right. AMD breaking highs right now. It's at 156. You'll love to see it. I think I'm just going to stay in it, though. Again, one of the most powerful strategies for swing trading is waiting for earnings season. It only happens about once every quarter. You wait for earnings season. You look for a big, healthy company like AMD. And you wait for it to wildly overreact to neutral earnings. Like AMD, I'm pretty sure posted better than expected results in some ways. But it dropped massively from its earnings report. So again, this is something that if you ask Pawn, like I do this pretty regularly. And again, I'm not telling you what to do. Not an investment professional. I'm not liable if you lose. Top 3 worst trader of all time here. Do not copy me. With that said, though, AMD ended up dropping. Let's put a 20-day chart up. Let me find their earnings report. Was this their earnings? I'm trying to think of where AMD dropped. I'm pretty sure it was AMD. When was AMD earnings, chat? Somebody help me out here. Here it was. All right, so AMD had earnings. They dropped massively from their earnings like this. I wait for their earnings to drop. I buy up the dip usually because usually it's a wild overreaction. I did this a lot with Netflix not too long ago. I did it with a couple different stocks this earnings season. So I look for healthy companies to drop huge percentages from mixed results, and then I buy the dip and I sit on them. And if I'm wrong short term, I'll hold it long term. And if I'm wrong, or if I'm right short term, I'll take some profit and hold the rest long term too. So that'll give me cheap long term entries, but also allow me to swing trade them and take profits from them. That's something I do really regularly. I find personally a big edge with it. My accuracy's got to be pretty high on these. But again, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not sure what you should do. But again, I did this on Uber. I'm green on Uber. I did this on Airbnb. I'm green on Airbnb. I did this on AMD. I'm green on AMD. I did this on Boeing, I think. I did this on Alibaba. I did this on Delta. Still in it. I did this on Intel, although I'm still down on Intel. But my Intel trade's starting to fight back. It's starting to come back. We're at We're green again today. We're closer to flat on my Intel trade. I did this on Meta as well. My average price on Meta is 412s. It's at 470s. Did this on Roblox. I'm green on Roblox. Probably should take a little bit of profit. I did this in Shopify. I'm red on Shopify though. But I'm not going to be green in everything. But it works a lot. It works a lot for me. Do you only invest in companies you like, John? Let me think about that question for a second. Do I only invest in companies I like? Yes. I don't understand that question, to be honest. Yeah, I guess yes. Why would you invest in a company you don't like? I guess is the only part I'm thinking about here. Yeah. Do you only date girls you like? I guess. I invest in tobacco. Okay, so he meant, do I only invest in companies that I use? Like outside of stocks is probably what he meant to say. And no, not true at all. I invest in companies I don't use at all, but I like the company. But I might not use them in my personal life. You know, a lot of my investments are companies that I do use regularly though, because I think that's a good gauge on success in these companies is whether people use them. But yeah. Oh, I don't care about any political stuff. Some of my best trades are trades where people got so upset with me after I did it. Again, I bought Target at $100 and something, like very cheap, when it was like down big, and everybody got mad at me for buying it. I ended up making, again, it's up almost 100% from where I bought it now. But, you know, same thing with Disney. I bought Disney at like 80, 85, 90 bucks. So many people got upset with me about Disney. And again, Disney ended up ripping up to like 124s almost, so. Same thing with Snapchat. I'm very green in Snapchat. My average price on Snapchat is 1090s. It's at 15s right now. And again, that's another trade where people just got really upset for whatever reason. I don't know why people don't like Snapchat like that. But again, it's at 16 basically right now. So in the end, this is what you realize is like you can't listen to other people on the internet, including me. Don't listen to me. Figure it out yourself, guys, because you're going to have your own best interest at heart. Nobody else's. It's okay to have one night stands. Yeah, but in that regard, you're not really dating. You're just kind of, you know. Yeah, for sure. John, would you ever short a possible squeeze like GameStop or AMC? No. It's dumb. Doesn't make any sense. Too risky. You know, the risk reward there's got to be very small. Yeah, the other question is Nvidia. Does Nvidia break lifetime highs today? Nvidia's running up. We got 10 seconds, chat. 10 seconds. All I learned from this is that to be the winner in all of this, you need to be the insider. I don't know. People are way too political. It becomes personal. Yeah, I mean, people get so wrapped up in it. Again, I'm not really political at all. I'm very neutral politically. Even like my stances on policies are pretty neutral. You know, like if I told people how like policies I agree or disagree with, both sides would probably not like me. And again, I don't think I'd rather have it another way. I think I'd rather have it that way. Because I really am neutral, very moderate, neutral politically. I don't really care about any of that stuff or spend my time getting wrapped up in it or watching it. You know. Or 10 minutes, not 10 seconds. Yeah, no, I understand, William. I don't care about any of that stuff. I just buy companies that I think will make me money. You know, to quote Michael Burry, I look for value wherever it's found. And I think you have to kind of be that way in markets. You should care you have kids. Yeah, but that's implying that one side is right and one side is wrong, which means you're getting too wrapped up in it in general. I think both sides are right and wrong in a lot of different ways. It's not like one's good and one's bad. They're both bad, to be honest, in my opinion. But it's all good here, dude. It's all good. Again, that's why I avoid the political conversation, because too many people get so wrapped up in it. And then they argue, and then they hate me, and they sit around and try to, I'd just rather not talk about it. All right, guys, Snapchat running up a little bit, almost to 16s here. Again, GameStop very flat. AMD is up. Again, the question, will NVIDIA break highs? Which is at about $1,000. What's the lifetime high? It's 974. NVIDIA at almost 930s right now. No, it has nothing to do with CPI. CPI is inflation data that's going to influence the broad markets. It's not really going to influence niche stocks like GameStop and AMC. Jim Cramer really kind of putting it all out there. Jim Cramer said, quote, GameStop desperation still can't get to valuation anywhere near here. Bag 'em, gun 'em, and liquidate 'em. BGL. Jim Cramer, ladies and gentlemen. He's going to create so many enemies. Roaring Kitty posted a Dave Chappelle meme. Honestly, a lot of people, what's really sad to me is that a lot of people have never seen the Chappelle Show. NVIDIA breaking highs or testing highs. Chappelle Show, one of the greatest comedy shows of all time. I would argue it's the greatest comedy show of all time. If you haven't seen the Chappelle Show, watch it. I don't know. Again, I think a lot of people are. I think, the jokes are heavy, but they're great. They're great. Short sellers of GameStop and AMC have lost $5 billion in 2 days, is what they're saying. I literally hate all crypto and Bitcoin, but I trade the Bitcoin mining sector stocks whenever I see tradable setups. Crypto is fundamentally a scam. Would you call banking a scam, William? Is the question. If you dislike Bitcoin, would you call banking a scam? Again, imagine if you want to know what the utility is of crypto, is that it gets around the red tape, right? If you want to send money through banks, you got to have a lot of red tape blocking you from doing it freely from a lot of different countries, a lot of different ways. The utility of Bitcoin and crypto is that it allows you to send that money less red tape, much easily, no matter what, right? People can block it, they can ban it, they can do whatever. It's very difficult to stop. And so a lot of people are preaching freedom, and all this different stuff, but they hate Bitcoin and crypto, and I think they've got it backwards, to be honest. I think they have it backwards. Like, you have to understand, for the same reason a bank teller is useful, Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies are useful in the same exact way, right? Except in Bitcoin and crypto, you don't need a bank teller. You don't need a subjective person there making their own opinions on things and doing it their way or having their own interest. You have a neutral, objective teller, basically. Blockchain. It tracks the chain in history. And it's impossible to fake. And so there's obvious utility in crypto or Bitcoin. But that's a different conversation, I guess. All right, guys, we got 3 minutes here. 3 minutes. They're all a scam, but crypto isn't backed by anything. Do you think fiat money is? Green. All right, guys. Hey, we got two and a half minutes. He's not a bot. It's all good. He could disagree with me and still be okay. Like, we don't have to attack. Listen, that's the nature of markets. We might agree or disagree. Markets are very opinion-based and subjective. Like, it's all good. It's all love here. It doesn't matter. He can disagree. All right, guys. 2 minutes until the market opens here. Yeah, I mean, the easiest way to put this, guys, is that banks have kept low interest savings accounts. They've done all these things. If fiat currency actually tracked the price of gold, inflation wouldn't be nearly as bad. If fiat currency had kept up with the price of gold, right, which is what it used to be backed by, inflation wouldn't be anything close to the problem it is today. All right, and so how do you combat that? You know, cryptocurrencies have kind of compensated for that a little bit. They've allowed people to get involved with it and make money in that way. And Bitcoin, if you don't agree with that, Bitcoin has been one of the most appreciative assets in the world. I don't know if I use that term correctly, but Bitcoin has appreciated more than anything else, including gold, compensating for, you know, fiat currency's lack of appreciation over time. You know, and I think you have to look at it in that way as well. But again, I think a lot of people missed out on it, so they don't appreciate it as much. But yeah, it's a really long conversation. Anyways, we got less than a minute, chat. Less than a minute. Let's see what GameStop, AMC do at the opening bell. AMC right around 6. GameStop at $40 even, which I do believe is a milestone level. Nvidia recently broke highs about 4 or 5 minutes into the open. Yeah, I agree, David. The bigger names aren't scams. Smaller ones certainly can be. Without question, the smaller ones certainly can be. All right, guys. Ding, ding, ding. There's the opening bell. Let's see what AMC does. It's at $6 here. Let's see what GameStop does. It's at $41 a share. Nvidia just dumped under the volume weighted average price at $9.23. Snapchat just broke highs at 16. If we look at the Q and the SPY here, the Q is at 448 here, chat. 448 on the Q, dipping a little bit into the opening bell. The SPY has opened as well. We're going to see Nvidia dipped all the way down to 920 in the 200 EMA. Let's watch GameStop and AMC. GameStop now at $40 a share, chat. $40 a share, down to 39s. AMC at 605s. Let's give it some time. Let's see if we do anything at the opening bell. Yeah, Bitcoin, ETH. There's a lot of what's considered blue chip cryptos. SPY up to 526, so the SPY's trying to head up as well. Nvidia is dumping though. I'm gonna take a little bit of my Home Depot position off. We're up enough. I think I can. I just took a little piece off of my Home Depot trade just because we added back a couple weeks ago and we're up a lot on it. Shopify back up. All right, GameStop back up to 41s. AMC back up to 620s. Nvidia rebounding a little bit as well. It's at 924s or so. All right, so again, look at NVIDIA rip up and break highs, hit 930s basically. AMC testing the 200 EMA. I think GameStop is now halted on the way up at 41.78s, guys. GameStop halted on the way up at 41.78s, right under 42s. Halted on GameStop on the way up, which I think is a more optimistic way to look at it for GameStop. It's now halted on the way up. AMC just ripped over the 200 EMA. It's up to 660s. NVIDIA just broke highs as well, up to 930 basically right now, 930. AMD ripping up as well. You'd love to see it. Shopify ripping up as well. You'd love to see it. Uber moving up too. All right, guys. AMC got halted on the downside though. NVIDIA up to over 930s, hit 931s. So again, GameStop will resume at 37. At 937. AMC should resume at 38. So in 5 minutes exactly almost. All right, guys, I'm waiting here. Again, AMC and GameStop both halted. Volatile price action. While we're waiting for these to resume, we're going to start day trading some stuff here. Waiting for these to resume here, chat. NVIDIA up to 931s. Let me pull up Quant Tower and start day trading Apex. Hey, thank you, Maria. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. GameStop opens up at 37 in about 2 minutes. Home Depot flew up. Wow. Yeah, AMC halted already. GameStop is halted already as well. I'm going to put just these two up. We're also going to watch NVIDIA in the background, but they're both halted on the upside right now. I'm All right, so here's the NASDAQ here, guys. So the NASDAQ is running a little bit here, chat. So again, the NASDAQ is running. We're going to try to day trade these. I'm going to buy this dip. 1 contract, 2 contracts. A little risky at the opening bell. Almost back up. Let's see if it holds. It's trying to rebound. All right, we got out half of that. We got 1 contract left. And we'll also add back 2 if we pull back enough. There we go. We're in 2 contracts now. See if we swing back up. All right, GameStop should resume, chat, anytime now. So GameStop's back up. It's at 41.20s here, chat. 41.20s. I'm going to have to cut this. We're definitely down on this one. Equities are turning down against this as well, unfortunately. I'm going to try to buy this dip and then maybe add to it. See if we get a range-bound rebound trade. GameStop now halted on the downside again here. Yeah, trying to get funded on this account. We've had this one just sitting for a long time. In a minute, we'll pivot back to... getting destroyed here on my... Oh, we got a little rebound here. Again, I know I'm probably letting this one work too much, but we've got so many different accounts that we're playing with that some of these are just kind of rotting away. All right, AMC is back up. It's at 590s here, chat. 590s. Gapping down from the halt. GameStop is now halted again on the downside under 40. It's at... GameStop should resume, chat, at 42, at 9:42 market time. 42. All right, we got a little stubborn with this one, but again, it's not the end of the world, even if we lose this account. I'm just looking for a range-bound trade. All right, AMC still at 576 here, chat. Still at 576. All right, we just took half off, locked it in. We're up hundreds on this trade. I'm gonna let it roll. Might add to it if it pulls back some here too. Maybe not. All right, we're out. So yeah, we just made a lot of the money back. Pretty flat on the day. We'll see what we want to do on the rest. Probably gonna go ahead and short this up here. Add to it. All right, we just made about another $100 there. Flat on the day. Yeah, I mean, again, AMC's still consolidating. GameStop should resume, chat, at 42. So we have about 2 minutes left. Chat, 2 minutes left. All right, so we are actually green on the day, I think. Attacking this range. AMC stabilizing a little bit though. GameStop still halted. GameStop should open up in about a minute and a half. Chat, about a minute and a half. You can see it on the top right chart. All right, so yeah, we're green on the day now. That's nice. Net. Actually, net green. Slowly chipping away at it. GameStop should resume in about 40 seconds. About 40 seconds. AMC's still open, though, which is a good sign, I guess. Do we have any other big earnings this week? I don't think so. All right, so here goes GameStop's resumption in about 20 seconds. We got Cisco this evening. Nothing big. Walmart, JD tomorrow. Nothing really big there. All right, so here goes GameStop's resumption. It should resume right around now. They halt every 5 minutes. They're 5-minute intervals. It's called a circuit breaker halt. It's from too high a volume generally, but these halts are a little bit loose, I would say. I think they're halting it a little bit too much, to be honest. All right, it should resume sometime now. Let's watch it. It's been okay. There's the resumption. It's back at 38.55s for GameStop. 38.50s. All right, let's see if we consolidate and move back up again. AMC and GameStop have been open for a little while at least, so that's good. Apple has been moving up a lot for me too. All right, so we just crack lows at GameStop again here. Market is very choppy, very flat. Yeah, but I think flat retail sales is probably good. It's what they want. I mean, if inflation's a fear, they don't want super high retail sales. It signals more inflation. All right, so GameStop started to creep back up. And again, if you want to join me, you can check out a couple of my sponsors. One of my sponsors is a company called Apex funded account program in futures, where they give you a demo, they test your skill. If you could pass the test in futures, they fund you between 25 up to 300K. Right now, the 250K challenge, usually over $100, I think, is only $18 after tax, roughly $18, approximately $18 after tax. Very cheap. Very cheap. Great way to learn how to day trade because it's a funded account program. So you can get it for $18 right now. If you lose, you're out $18. If you pass it, you get $250,000 in funding with a 90% split. And they have packages from 25K in funding all the way up to 300K. So a great way to learn how to day trade right now. And you get 90% off all of them. Apex has paid out over $100 million. But again, they are a sponsor of mine. I'm biased because they pay me money. So they pay me money. I'm biased. Of course, confirm all of this stuff with them. Understand CFTC 4.41 and all that good stuff. But if you want to check them out, here's the link. Great way to help support the channel. My other sponsor is a company called Chart Prime. It's a trading view service you can use in stocks, crypto, Forex, futures, anything with a symbol on trading view. I always backtest this live so people can see me actually backtest it live. But check this out. So look, we're just going to go with this one. This one I think worked and so did this one. But we're just going to start right here at this strong signal. Strong buy signal here. Boom. This is a 5-minute chart. So this is like 3 hours of price action. Sell signal looks like it worked. Strong signal looks like it worked. Sell signal looks like it worked. And so again, all of these work so far. Strong signal. Look at this for hours of green action. This one looks like it worked, but maybe it didn't. But I think it actually, oh wait, look at that follow through. So yeah, that definitely worked. Strong buy signal there. Hours and hours of bearish action or bullish action. Sell signal there. Maybe we could say this one was wrong just to be safe. We will. Buy signal there, nice little trend. Sell signal there, nice little trend. Strong buy signal there before this big rip. And so I don't see any of these that didn't work except for maybe one. And so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1 out of 8 didn't work. We might have started here as well, but we'll call it 1 out of 8. Test it yourself. I can't guarantee it's going to work for you, but they have a ton of stuff. They have oscillators, screeners, back testers. It's like $40 a month, and it's a powerful thing. Again, they're a sponsor. I'm biased. I can't guarantee it's going to work. Test it yourself, but it could be a powerful thing. If you want to check it out, here's the link. Yeah, retail sales came in at 0 versus I think they expected a 0.4% increase in retail, a 0.4% increase. So I'm pretty sure you can do it in Denmark, but I'm not 100% sure. Sebastian, check with them, brother. I'm pretty sure you can, Sebastian, but again, check with them, brother. They're a sponsor of mine, so I'm not 100% sure. Q and the market have been really flat today, very sideways, neutral. GameStop, it stopped getting halted, but so we just scalped a little bit more, made a little bit more here. GameStop crack lows at 36.50s. Is it halted? No, it's not halted, but it looks like it's about to be. It's either halted or the volume is really... Okay, it is halted. So GameStop halted at 36.50s now, guys. 36.50s halted for GameStop. That's so weird, though. The volume's not crazy high. I'm not sure why. Why are they halted at, like, right there? That's strange. Like, look, even relative to yesterday. Look at all the volume yesterday. Look at the volume today. It's so light. I'm not sure why they're halting it so easily. Like, market makers will generally halt things. It's called a circuit breaker halt if volume's crazy. But this isn't crazy. It's weird. Yeah, I mean, my average price on GameStop's 15.16, chat. And so, I mean, we're still incredibly green on it. Incredibly green. Either way, it's not the end of the world no matter what happens. I could literally let my GameStop trade go all the way to 0, and I'd still be very green on the year this year. So, but still, you know, strange they're halting it so much. But again, I'll probably just stay in it. I'm not going to mess with it too much. What are you closing your GameStop position? I'm not sure. If I do close it, I'm probably not going to tell you guys about it, to be completely honest. But my plan right now is to hold what I have in it so far. But again, I'm not even going to say I haven't sold any already. But again, I'm not really going to say. I'd rather just not say. Yeah, I'm in Shopify. I think Shopify's up today, right? It's down a little bit since the open. Still green on the, close to green on the day. Okay, so yeah, so it's a T1 halt, a volatility trading pause. Okay, got you. Yeah, I forgot about those. Yeah, let's see if it bounces off at 30. All right, so we're in the market here. We're green on the day, but we're kind of buying a falling knife here, which is what this is called. All right, so we're still scalping these moves, catching the fallen knife. Somehow we're making money in this. Remember, my other funded account, we are up like 800 plus. Or we're up 700 plus. Yeah, AMD. I'm in AMD right now. It's moving up nicely, too. Or it was. I guess it's pulling back now. I'm probably just going to sit in that, though. And again, the Q was slightly red prior to CPI data, so now we're still green on the day. We're still green from CPI, but it is giving a lot of it back now. Yeah, I mean, you can call him a clown or whatever. I'm not going to try to say I'm smarter than Powell, though. I mean, Powell's got a net worth of... what, like 40 million or something crazy? 20 to 55 million. So I mean, if we're using that as the score, he's winning. But yeah. Usually the people that are that like upset over Powell or somebody like that are usually either really wrapped up in politics or they're really bearish and the market's been pushing up and so they're kind of mad about it or whatever it is. I don't know. I'm not emotional about anything. I think Powell's got a really hard job because I think no matter what, people are going to dislike him. If the market thrives, they're never going to give Powell the credit. If the market tanks, they're going to blame. Or if the economy thrives, they're not giving Powell credit. If the economy tanks, they're blaming him only. So it's a tough job. The salary's only like 200K as well, so I don't know if I'd take that job. John for Fed chairman, guys. Top 3 greatest Fed chairman of all time ever in the world. But no. He's obviously making money in other ways, but, you know, that's a different story. He was an investment banker, though, so that's where he built up most of his net worth. Net worth does not dictate intelligence. Yeah, but there's a positive correlation with it for sure. I mean, we could argue that that's not the case. I think that's clearly the case for most people. I'm not saying there's not outliers. I'm not saying there's not really dumb people that have somehow made a lot of money, or really smart people that have struggled. You know, and sometimes I think it depends on how smart they are. They're really, really, really smart people. A lot of the time they struggle to make money because they're much less social than everybody else. So the people that really tend to make money are people that are highly intelligent, but they also have good social skills, right? So it takes the right mixture of those two things. People that are genuinely like crazy smart usually are not very social, and they can't play that game socially. People that are really, really dumb are usually very social and can be very social, but they're not smart enough to make it work, right? So it takes the good mixture of that to make money, I think. All right, guys, GameStop at 35s. It's now resumed again. It's at 35s. Resources? I mean, resources might affect college and stuff like that, but I don't know. I don't think we should use that as a crutch. I think there's people certainly have an edge over others based off of what they were born into, 100% without question. Some of them get like trust funds and all that stuff. They obviously have an edge over net worth, like for sure, right? I'm not trying to say there's not, but I also don't think people should use that as a crutch. I think it's very possible to be a self-made millionaire and billionaire. You know. And I think capitalism's the only structure that works. You know, we can argue. Is GameStop halted again? Oh, GameStop now halted again at 34.40s. Chat. It'll resume at 59. At 9:59 market time, it'll resume. Yeah, for sure. It just depends. Like, you gotta have a good mixture of social skills and intelligence if you want to succeed. If you have too much intelligence, you usually have too little social skills. If you've got too good of social skills, it usually means you're not. This is probably the least true of all of them, but yeah. Top 3 best social skills in the world right now, guys. Capitalism really is the only system that works. I mean, again, look. I get people push socialism and all that stuff. And again, I'm not even here to disagree or say anything else, but I think what I would prefer to be the structure is, like, in capitalism, the people who eventually get the power, in general, it's never perfect. There's always outliers, but in general, they have to work for it. They have to earn it, right? There's always going to be corruption, and no matter what structure you have, always going to be corruption. It's inevitable. Humans are corrupt. But at least in capitalism, most of the time, they have to earn it. And that's opposed to the other forms where they're just kind of blindly given that power, and so they don't respect it enough. They feel less of a part of something. Like, being in a commune works with small amounts of people. The reason it doesn't work as it's extrapolated larger and larger is because as it grows larger and larger, they feel less a part of something, and they feel lesser and lesser a part of something until, boom, corruption starts and it gets rampant. And we can see that reflected in all the modern instances of it throughout history, as well as the current instances of it. And so, you know, the only way that really works is capitalism. And if you trade stocks and you say you're not a capitalist, I don't know if there's anything more hypocritical, but I digress. Back to the point. Let's watch GameStop at AMC. GameStop halted again. It should resume at 39s. AMC at 520s right now. I believe it's halted on the way down too. All right, chat. So we're sitting tight, waiting. AMC, GameStop both halted. Somebody said you realize humans lived millions of years without capitalism. Yeah, and they were super tribalistic and went around, you know, pillaging and doing a bunch of other crazy stuff. I mean, I'm not saying modern day is much better, but, you know, it's certainly arguable. Anyways, chat. This is getting a little bit too political for me. Again, I'm not against you. I'm not really political. I don't care about any of that stuff, really. But yeah, it's all good. It's all love. Regardless of what you believe, it's all good. You know, I believe we can talk about it, and it's all good here. People are going to disagree about things. It's normal. Anyways, Q started bouncing back, so the stock market is bouncing back. AMC, GameStop now halted. GameStop should, in theory, resume sometime over the next 10 seconds here. Let's see if it does. Again, halted at 54. It's now 59, 5 minutes later. And boom, it's resumed. It's at 34s. We are spot on with our schedule here. Are we halted again at 33.40s? People are scared. They're selling. AMC should resume at 02. Yeah, people have been talking about FFIE. I'm not really a big, like, penny stock guru trader. I don't really like trading penny stocks, despite the big percentage gains they might give you. I think my headphones just died. All right, guys. Stock market's bouncing back. GameStop's still trying. Let's see if it bounces at 30. Again, AMD ripping all the way back up here. Yeah, I feel you, Emmanuel. It's all good, bro. It's an interesting conversation. Again, I'm open for it. Like, again, as long as it doesn't turn super political, because I don't think it really has anything to do with politics. It kind of does, but I'm just gonna avoid those parts of it. It's all good. Again, I'm really very neutral politically. I just believe, like, in the U.S., we do have a high standard of living, and I think that's objectively true when compared to the rest of the world. Not all of the rest of the world. There's obviously countries that are doing better, but yeah, and I think, yeah. All right, guys. AMD pulling back down a little bit. GameStop bounced on the way up, and I believe it's now halted on the upside on the way up. GameStop now halted at 901. Yep, we are halted on the way up for GameStop. Let's see what AMC does. So we're starting to head back up a little bit. So Lisa, hit the live button next to the play button. Lisa, you're probably a little bit delayed on stream if you think we're a minute behind. We're definitely not a minute behind. You just gotta hit the live button next to the play button. Yeah, I mean, it's getting halted way too easily, and the volume's not crazy high relative to, like, yesterday. I'm not sure why they're halting it so much, but Yeah, she will see this in 40 seconds. Yeah, hit the live button next to the play button. Alright, guys. GameStop should resume again at 10:06. 10:06 market time. The S&P is bounced all the way back. AMD's ripping back up. That's nice. Apple's still moving back up, too. Again, we're still up thousands on the year. Let's see if GameStop and AMC can fight or back up here. Dilution announcement of AMC definitely influenced GameStop. Maybe. I mean, I think it's more AMC following GameStop, but who knows? Yeah, I mean, that's probably true, Smokey. Without the halts yesterday or the day before, GameStop probably would have never have gotten as high as it is. Yeah, if you set playback speed to 2x, it will keep you live if you want to stay live. Yeah, maybe that's true, Henry. I'm not sure. It's possible, I guess. I might be wrong. Did Nvidia hit highs? That's probably what dragged AMD up. Yeah, so Nvidia hit 932s. The question is, when does Nvidia hit 1,000? All right, chat. We got about 45 seconds left until GameStop resumes. AMC has fallen back a little bit and moved up some. Halted stocks means market makers halt trading on the stock for 5-minute intervals generally. So for 5 minutes, nobody can buy or sell. It halts trading. It's supposed to be to allow them to catch up orders, but these halts are happening a lot now on not the craziest volume. So yeah, it's getting halted a lot. All right, guys, here we go. All right, so GameStop should resume sometime in the next 30, 40 seconds, 50 seconds, maybe. All right, we're shorting the QQQ price action on the futures market. All right, GameStop should resume sometime soon. All right, so we just got out a little bit more on the NASDAQ here. So scalped a little bit more. We're up nicely on the day, a couple hundred. All right, so GameStop chat should resume sometime in the next 5-10 seconds. There it goes. So it's back. It's at 36. It's gapping up. Let's see if it holds. Back down to 35, 50s, 35s. Back up to almost 36. All right, guys, we're at 37.20s. GameStop starting to head back up, almost to 38s. Let's see if we can get back over 40. 40, big psychological level. Yeah, but now it's getting halted on the way up, or at least it has been. I'm not saying it's going to again. All right, up to almost 37s, over 37s for GameStop, pushing towards 38s. A lot of stuff starting to head back up. Consolidating. Scalp it a little bit more. Futures. We've had a really nice graph here today, so it's been a little volatile in futures for sure. Not the best risk reward. Here's one account in futures. Is it halted? No. So GameStop down under 36. 2.75 to 1 win-loss ratio is pretty solid. All right, GameStop. Let's see if it makes another test for 36. And then we're also in Trade Evade. We made like $750 on our Trade Evade account. Back up to 36. Again, mostly been attacking ranges. I'm not sure why they're doing the halts. It's market makers, you know, so who knows what they're thinking, brother. No idea, man.
No.
That was Kendrick, Eric. It played for about 1 second before I was able to mute it. Sorry, bro. Can't play that live here, but it was Kendrick. Yes, it was. Kendrick or Drake? Who do you guys think won? Honestly, I'm kind of split. I like Kendrick better. Kendrick has obviously better music, and to be honest, in terms of music, the diss tracks by Kendrick were just better, right? The only part that Drake won, I think, was he trapped Kendrick with the fake daughter thing, which he certainly did. Kendrick fell for it, had to hurry up and post something over it to kind of dilute it a little bit. But outside of that, in terms of the entire impact, you know. The only thing that I worry about with Kendrick, though, is like Drake said that Dave Free fathered one of his kids. Kendrick never really came back from that. He's been pretty silent since he said that. You know, and Kendrick is living away from the mom to his child in New York. So, you know, I think since Kendrick hasn't really responded at all to that, there's a chance that that might be true. And if it is, that's a rough thing. Nvidia just broke highs, chat. Nvidia just ripped up to 18, or Nvidia, look, I'm gonna put Nvidia up on the bottom chart since AMC's not really moving much. Look, we're at 923 or 933 for Nvidia, ripping up right now. GameStop's still completely flat, as long as it doesn't halt. So Nvidia, there's a chance it breaks 1,000 today. Yeah, so you can play Kendrick on stream. Not all of his songs, just the diss songs. I don't know. I'm probably not going to play it anyway. It's just not worth it. Yeah, it might be corny, but like Kendrick fell for it, you know. But again, in terms of entire impact, Kendrick definitely won. And his music's just better. I mean, I think everybody kind of knows that. Yeah, it's not trading music. I'm gonna get too hyped up in here. Take some bad trades. Nvidia flying up and then pulling back here. Kind of a choppy day. GameStop now at $35 though. Let's see if we can hold here. $35, kind of the halfway to 36. Let's see if that support level holds. Yeah, buddy is abolish stress music. Yeah, 100%. It's good music though, you know, but not for trading. Yeah, I'm not the biggest Drake fan, you know. I liked Drake's. I'm from Louisiana, so I like Drake's really old music with Lil Wayne. Those were like my favorite Drake music, you know. That was my favorite Drake music, but you know, the last like 5 years has been kind of, you know. All right, guys, GameStop at 34s, coming down again. Let's see if it holds. Run passion fruit. I bet you make some good trades. Hey, I might, man. You know. Slow down. We're going home. You know. All right, guys. Nvidia very flat since the opening bell. Market's mostly flat. I don't know if there's much edge here. GameStop's still coming down to 34s. AMC's trying to hold, but they're all kind of testing the lows here. Yeah, see if it halts. I mean, holds. Yeah. Yeah, whole market's kind of flat right now, Chad. So y'all just be careful. Again, GameStop bouncing at 34s. Let's see if it continues. I hope it does. This is why I never tell people to buy anything, because I really don't know what's gonna happen. Like, people ask me, they must have asked me 100 times, should I buy GameStop? Should I buy GameStop? I always say I don't know. I tell them I'm in it. I'm personally gonna try to hold it, but like, I don't want to tell anybody to buy anything. There's just too much risk in that. I'd rather just be honest and tell them I don't know. PayPal. I got out of PayPal like a month ago. I had a really good trade. I bought it at like 50s. I rode it to like 63s. I'm not in it anymore though. I sold PayPal not too long ago. Yeah, we'll see if we get some big moves in pre-market tomorrow. Tomorrow we have jobless claims. We've got jobless claims, import-export prices, the Philly Fed Index. Hey.
Hey.
What you doing?
Are you still?
All right. Carol's here, guys.
Morning.
Yeah, we're watching GameStop. Down a little bit today, but that's all right. Do you think AMC will rebound? I don't know.
So what?
I hope so.
What made GameStop run up so much? Like, what happened?
So, you know the movie Dumb Money? Remember you and I watched a piece of it?
Mm-hmm.
You know the main guy Dumb Money was about? So he was involved in court cases, and he's been relatively silent for the last 3 years. He made his first post. GameStop started to run last week. So GameStop started to run last week, and it got some momentum. Because I remember, because I've been in it. I've been in it before this latest run. So GameStop started to run last week, and yeah, so it started to run last week, and then it's squeezed up really big. And yeah, so it started to run really, really big. And he made, one of the reasons is because he made his first post in like 3 years after being silent for years.
Okay.
Yeah. His name was Roaring Kitty. Remember, he had the Dwight t-shirts and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with AMC GameStop. Again, the stock market's actually ripping up. Nvidia as a whole, as a stock, is starting to move up a little bit more. Yeah. All right.
Gotta go.
All right.
All right, you guys. Good luck.
All right. Carol's leaving, guys. Everybody say bye. Yeah, Roaring Kitty 2 minutes ago. Was it? Did he post again? All right, baby. Is your wife single? Yeah, she's one of my top 3 wives in the world right now. Definitely top 3 wives in the world for me right now. Anyways, we got Nvidia up to 930s. We'll see if it holds. Nvidia's still trying to test those highs up there. GameStop consolidating back and forth. You know, again, consolidating back and forth from 33s all the way to 34s. No, too much of the top 3 jokes. It's all good, guys. Hey, it's all in good fun. GameStop starting to bounce back up. It's at 35s now. Let's see if it continues. Nvidia about to break highs at 933s. Yeah, I'm looking at Roaring Kitty's new tweet right now. There's your side. It's a Breaking Bad reference, and you haven't heard my side yet. You haven't heard any of it. You're a degenerate. No? What? How? What? Yeah. How else could you possibly make that kind of money? Day trading. The blonde kid. Wall Street bet. No? Alright, GameStop did come down a little bit more. Crypto. Methamphetamine. You love it. Oh, man. All right, so it's a Breaking Bad reference. Love Breaking Bad. It's been so long since I've seen it, but it's just a great show. Hey, bro, I don't even care about losing a couple bucks from that. It's just funny how it's going down so quickly. Yeah, I mean, listen. It's still up a ton. I wouldn't lose too much faith. I don't know what's going to happen. And again, I have the luxury of where I'm making enough money from all of this to where it doesn't matter that much to me. And that might be a luxury that you guys don't have. You know. But I'm probably just going to sit tight. I did set up a couple Apex accounts I could trade today. All right, GameStop back at 32s, just cracked lows of the day here. All right, guys. I'm probably gonna go ahead and close it down. Again, if you haven't already, check out Apex. Yeah, I mean, I'm not telling you guys to do anything. Y'all do whatever y'all want to do. I mean, y'all could sell, y'all could buy. I'm not going to get mad at you. I'm certainly not telling anybody to do anything. If anybody watches my channel regularly, top 3 greatest channels of all time ever in the world, I don't tell anybody to do anything. I usually respond with I don't know. And I respond with I don't know, in fact, to a point where people try to get mad at me for it. Because it's really hard to attack somebody if you're, like, super insecure and kind of don't have much going on in your life and you just kind of sit around trying to poke buttons, press buttons on people. It's really hard to critique because I literally tell people I don't know. Again, I'd rather be honest because I genuinely don't know what you should do if you're in GameStop. Make your own decision, not my decision to make. Most of my channel, we mostly cover economic data. And so, you know, we had CPI today. CPI came in lower than expected. The market actually recently broke highs. And so my portfolio, despite everything, is not super red, even with GameStop giving it back today. So I'll take it, guys. Listen, it's all good. Do whatever you got to do. Not an investment professional. Again, if you want to help support the top 3 greatest channel of all time ever in the world, check out one of my sponsors. Apex is a funding program where they give you a demo. They test your skill. And, you know, it's a challenge account. Most day traders lose. And so it doesn't matter whether you go to Apex, whether you go to stocks. You're probably going to lose if you try to day trade yourself. If you put up 5K trying to day trade, again, I'm here to break it to you, you're probably going to lose 5K. There's no PDT rule in futures, and you can get around the PDT rule and ultimately risk less when you're learning how to day trade in futures. Apex, what they do is they give you a demo, and they test your skill with a demo account first. It starts from 25K all the way up to 300K. For the time being, if you use my coupon code BT, you get this 250K challenge for $18 roughly after tax. It's $16 pre-tax. So for 16 bucks, you get real-time data, you get this challenge, and if you can make 15,000 in profit on a 250K demo without losing 6,500 first, they fund you 250K with a 90% split, and they've paid out over 100 million to their traders. And you can get challenges with 90% off for the time being, from 25K all the way up to 300K in the futures market. And in the futures market, you can day trade short, buy market, sell market, very similar to day trading stocks. There's just no PDT rule. And again, they're a sponsor of mine. I'm biased. They pay me money, so I'm biased. Top 3 most biased traders in the world, some would say. And so if you want to check them out, here's the link. Great way to help support the channel. Again, most day traders lose, but it's a lot cheaper to lose here than it is to put up however much elsewhere. Check it out. Here's the link. I appreciate the love, guys. Thanks so much. Y'all have a great day. Again, I'm going to get out of here. Tomorrow, we got jobless claims, unemployment filings dropping tomorrow. It looks like GameStop is now halted again. Will it resume? Will it go higher today? Again, I'm probably just going to sit on mine, but who knows? Again, I'm certainly not guaranteeing anything here. Y'all be good. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bright and early. Again, 8:30. We get jobless claims, unemployment filings dropping tomorrow morning. I think we also have some other stuff here. Specifically, European CPI at 5 a.m. Eastern. We've got Fed Waller speaking at 10:15. We've got... No, I'm sorry. That's Friday. So tomorrow, we've got jobless claims, housing starts, the Philly Fed Index, industrial production numbers, some FOMC members speaking at 10 or at 10:30. Bond auctions, building permits, and a lot of other stuff. Friday, we have European CPI. So yeah, be here, be there, be square, guys. I'll see you guys later. Y'all be good. Love you all. Y'all have a great day. Also, remember, I don't guarantee anything. I'm terrible. Have no idea what I'm talking about. Might be wildly wrong about anything and everything I say. And understand CFTC 4.41. I do trade off stream. Can't guarantee anything. Y'all be good. I'll see you guys later.